done really well for themselves. Like that as a stand-up person, that person contributes to society in a meaningful way. I like how that person operates.
It's a really nice thought. I would like to say that I have that thought. I don't have that thought. It's never crossed my mind. I mean, maybe I'm just in the minority here, but I don't know.
Have you had that yet, where somebody has named their son or daughter Jake, or maybe more son than daughter?
Name your daughter.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
And welcome on in. It is Afternoon Drive on a beautiful Tuesday. Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys. We have Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Oh, that was empty. That was a very...
It was a little empty.
That was a very empty,
I also started a little discombobulated.
Oh, no.
I forgot a few things coming into work today.
What did you forget? All we had was time today.
Clearly, I forgot to bring a chair with me.
How are you such a mess right now?
I am. I forgot to comb my hair. Forgot to put on candid camera.
Daryl, what happened?
I know.
I'm the one that has to organize things and put things together. You just have to show up and basically run your mouth is all you have to do here. What's going on?
Yeah.
We have Jake Murrin here as well.
Don't worry, I'll make it up to Mac later on.
I'm sure you will. All right, so you went out there and voted today? Is that what got you so discombobulated?
No, actually, that was the one thing I remembered to do today.
Yeah, did you at least vote for meaningful things and things that matter? Unlike myself, because, in Solon, we had a mayoral race, and I like our mayor. He's a good man, and that's how you know that he's a good man. When you are a mayor and you're running unopposed, you know that you're doing a good job. Like, you know that you're set up for success.
Not necessarily, because Justin Bibb's pretty much running unopposed, and I wouldn't exactly say he's done a bang-up job. But no, we had a mayor's race. I had to vote for city council, and I believe 5 judges.
5 judges.
And that was it.
Okay.
I was in and out in 5 minutes.
I voted for an unopposed mayor, like 2 different board seats, and then yes or no on whether or not Solon's going to get a winery. That was the big deal today. The Solon soundboard, Katie knows this, the Solon soundboard loses their mind over whether or not they're going to get this winery built. And it's such a big, I think it's going to be a hotly contested vote, whether or not it goes yes or no. So I had to get out there and make sure I voted.
Who doesn't like wine?
I voted.
Oh, from that tone, it sounds like you voted no.
No.
Well,
Did you want to? I'll tell you why.
We're not supposed to do that.
No, I voted yes.
Yeah, okay.
We're not
all right.
I don't think so.
You can. It's fine. It's Solon politics. Who are we kidding?
It's a winery.
It's a winery in Solon. We're not talking about the president here. It's more than fine.
Yeah.
Okay, you did.
This is not politics. This is property and commercial, whatever.
People are losing their minds. That's the thing. People are losing their minds over this debate. So I felt like it was a good thing. I had to get out there. I have a voice. I have a choice, and I had to make sure that it was known today. And that was my extent of voting. I'm not wearing my I voted sticker. I noticed you're not wearing that as well, and I think that's okay.
I did not put mine on. I did take the picture of it with the terminal towers so everyone could see that I did, in fact, vote today. Because that's what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to.
Did you even vote if you're not wearing the sticker?
Well, no. Did you even vote if you're not posting pictures of your I voted sticker?
That's part of it. All right. We got a ton to get into today, though. We have the trade deadline coming your way at 4:00. John Fanta not going to be here today, so we're going to have Albert Breer at 5:20. We have Coach Riz at 6:00, and we got a bunch to get into. And we're going to start here, and obviously trying to figure out whether or not the Browns are going to be big time sellers, big time buyers, whatever it is. It looks like we got another trade, by the way, involving. We're talking about the Jets trade with Sauce Gardner. The Cowboys have just traded for Jets Pro Bowl defensive tackle Quinnen Williams, sending a first-round pick and more to the Jets. So the Cowboys send the Jets another first-round pick.
That was the big trade that Jerry was teasing last night.
I mean, clearly, I wasn't getting a linebacker from the Bengals. This had to have been the big deal. The Jets have now today acquired and amassed 3 different first-round picks. And so if you look just for next year in the 2026 NFL draft, and we're going to find out if this was for next year's draft from the Cowboys or if it's from 2027, the Jets have 2 picks, the Browns have 2 picks, the Rams have 2 picks, and the Cowboys had 2 picks. I would imagine it's one of these 2 from the Cowboys in 2026 that is going to the Jets. You're like, well, Jonathan, why is that important? Why do we care about the Jets picks? Well, if my reading on this is correct, Daryl, that'll mean the Jets have 3 first-round picks for next year. They desperately need a quarterback in a draft that the Browns look like they desperately need a quarterback as well.
And we don't know how many quarterbacks are worthy of said desperation in the upcoming draft as well. So that is a little bit challenging. And I mean, Look, I think the Jets just blew by the Browns. When you talk about asset accumulation, positioning, it's one of the things that I have been extolling as far as what a nice job was done by Andrew Berry in that trade with Jacksonville, securing a second first-round pick so that they had the flexibility to where they didn't have to lose theirself or fail their way into the number 1 or number 2 pick. They could buy their way into it. And my thinking was, I really don't care about the 2027 first-rounder. I'll throw that in just for fun if that means that you're in a position to draft your franchise quarterback, assuming the player that is there is worthy of such a selection. But based on what the Jets have done today, poof, I think all that's been completely blown out of the water, and now it's the New York Jets, regardless of how they finish this season. They're the team in the driver's seat to jump in front of the Browns here to be able to get that quarterback.
Well, and we're going to talk more about this game, obviously, as the week moves on, but it makes this game this week that much more important because in the Browns taking on the Jets this Sunday, the loser of this game would, in fact, be in that driver's seat that you're talking about.
It's a tanktastic spectacular coming your way.
And it feels
Sunday
like,
afternoon.
so if the Browns want to win this weekend, if they're still trying to get wins, and I don't know, you tell me if you think they are or they aren't, but when you trade...
they are starting Dylan Gabriel still, so...
And think about how much easier Dylan Gabriel's life just became, though. Pro Bowl defensive tackle Quinnen Williams, multi-all-pro cornerback Sauce Gardner, both gone now. Like that's a kneecapping the Jets defense in such a way that was already pretty kneecapped, all things considered.
Do I broken record it again and say, well, hey, if Dylan Gabriel can't light up the New York Jets, he's not going to light up, because I said the same thing about the Patriots.
I said the thing about the Patriots too, same exact thing. And so that, but it's more of a premium. You are coming off of a bye week, and you are playing a Jets team that is having a fire sale right now.
And you have a new play caller. Let's not discount that massive change.
I mean, this isn't just opening up a garage sale and putting a couple items out on the front lawn and saying maybe come over and buy it. This is putting the whole house on the market here. And the Jets are in the accumulation of draft picks business, and they've done so in a big-time way today.
Yeah, they're where the Browns were in 2016, right? When all they were, actually 2015 as well, where they were just doing nothing but collecting draft picks.
Now, I'm thinking about it. If you have 3 first-round picks for next year, and I'm making the assumption because Dallas has 2 first-round picks for this upcoming draft, that one of those 2 is what's being traded and moved over here, you would make an assumption then that if Fernando Mendoza is number 1 overall, they'd be in the driver's seat to go ahead and move up and get Mendoza, get Dante Moore, get one of these quarterbacks. But it does bring up the idea that Cam Ward and the Titans last year, the Tennessee Titans were offered 3 first-round picks for that number 1 spot to get rid of Cam Ward. Right. They were offered that. And like that, just because you accumulate a million amount of draft picks, the only security you have in the NFL of being able to take a quarterback at number 1 overall is the idea that you are the number 1 pick. Go ahead, Mac.
This, according to Ian Rappaport, saying that he expects this to be the Cowboys' 2026 first rather than the Packers' first rounder this year.
Yeah, like I said, they had 2 of them, one from the Cowboys, one from the Packers. They expected to be the Cowboys one, which actually be the better one, by the way. So it's a good point by you, because that one is, I think right now they're 11th. The Cowboys would be if they were drafting today, and so like that pick in and of itself, much more appetizing than what the Packers currently is.
And you know who is still a New York Jet right now? The guy everyone assumed that was going to be dealt
Garrett Wilson.
now, Garrett Wilson. He's like
Breece Hall is still a Jets. Like we have an hour and a half to see what the Jets can do in unloading if they're really trying to go for let's stockpile as many picks as possible.
Garrett Wilson's about to be Will Smith standing in the living room looking around wondering where everyone is.
You went for the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air reference as Will Smith references on Saturday night got tired out. Because Will Smith of the Dodgers obviously had an important part of Game 7, and I felt like everyone went to the slap moment. Very few went to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air moment. I just want to let that be known for the Will Smith fans out there that you slap one guy in an awards event and you can't get over it.
Yeah.
What are the odds, Daryl? This is major.
Who would have thought that?
This is major news in the NFL, though, and this is major news not only for this weekend.
This is fun because usually the NFL trade deadline has all the fun, insert the least fun thing in your life, and that's usually what the NFL trade deadline typically has been. Mm-hmm. This has been a little bit of a bonanza today. This has been fun. This has been what we usually see in Major League Baseball, what we usually see at the NBA trade deadline there in February. This is fun.
Well, I mean, do the Cowboys understand they're like a 3-5 football team? Do the Cowboys understand they're not very good and don't have much of a defense? And I get that's why they're trading for Quinnen Williams. They want to do something with that defense. But it feels like they're trying to recoup what happened with the Micah deal, the Micah Parsons trade, and they've just been living within that for a while now.
Did you miss the Jerry Jones is a genius way back in the 1990s documentary on Netflix, and then they just forgot the last 30 years have happened?
I must have missed that part.
I mean, it was supposed to be a whole documentary on Jerry and the Cowboys and all that kind of stuff. Very, very heavy, 5 episodes on the 1990s, which my childhood growing up was great. But then, like, the last episode comes, and they just totally glossed over what a train wreck Jerry Jones has been for the last 30 years.
It's been interesting, and now he's trying to chase $100 billion deals in the gas economy, and it is everything else. But all right, so let's circle back for a second here, because I want to underscore the importance of what went down in the previous couple hours as we approach another 2 hours until the NFL draft deadline hits. You have a team in the Jets that gave a 2-year deal to Justin Fields. The 2-year deal obviously has gone not in the way that the Jets wanted to or envisioned, and it seems like Justin Fields is hoping to have the Sam Darnold treatment where the Jets send him packing and then he goes somewhere else. But they now have 3 first-round picks in the 2026 NFL Draft. They are a quarterback-needy team, and they are on let's lose as many games as we possibly can for the rest of the season watch. If the Browns want the best quarterback in the 2026 Draft, you are drastically falling behind what the Jets are being able to not only offer as far as picks accumulation is concerned, but also the actual draft position for this draft. As it looks right now, Daryl, the Browns are selecting quarterback number 2 instead of quarterback number 1 because the Jets have positioned themselves in a much better way.
Daniel Jeremiah has probably the most impactful post on X today. And I'll read it to you.
No, go ahead.
Jets realize loaded defensive talent without a quarterback doesn't win a whole lot. Now let's see if they can transform the offense and find a quarterback. Sound familiar, Cleveland?
Well, and so in many ways, they are executing what people have asked the Browns to do in recent years. Browns fans have asked them, trade Myles Garrett, get a bunch of picks. Trade Denzel Ward, get a bunch of picks. Trade some of the valuable players on the defense and ensure that you get the best quarterback out of the draft. The Jets are taking that route right now. Meanwhile, the Browns, likely heading into a win on Sunday, are going to fall further back as far as the draft position is concerned and further away from the idea that you're getting your franchise quarterback.
You forget Dylan Gabriel starting. Let's not pencil in the W just yet.
I mean, it might be ball boys starting for the Jets by the time we get to Sunday. they're trading everyone away.
Listen, this is the quintessential game the Browns always lose, is the ones where you're like, oh, this is a guaranteed win. This is setting up for the ultimate Browns loss.
And I remember a game
a
few years ago against the Jets that we thought was in the bag, and then the Jets ended up taking care of business in that game, the Joe Flacco game. Also, remember on the other side of that, the game where all of our wide receivers were knocked out due to COVID in the Meadowlands. And
at Giant Stadium, yeah.
Yeah, that was... We've had some weird history with games around the Jets, but the Jets are in a complete fire sale. They're selling everything and anything off right now. Go ahead, Mac.
Diana Rossini actually chiming in a different trade here, or a different return than the initial report. 2026 second and a 2027 first coming from the Cowboys, going to the Jets for Quinnen Williams.
Oh, now we have...
Conflicting reports. So this is a big deal, because if you had 3 first-rounders is much different, obviously, than having 2 first-rounders. All right, we'll keep an eye on it then.
Oh, the drama's building.
I mean, I hope Diana's right. That helps out the Browns if Diana's right. The initial report, though, and the suggestion that it was in fact the Cowboys first in 2026 because they have 2 of them. That's interesting. Okay.
And she does note that it is the Cowboys pick in 27. That it would be the Cowboys, not the Green Bay pick in 27 as well.
Okay. All right. We'll keep an eye on this one. All we do know is that deals are happening. We'll find out whether or not you guys want the Browns to be making some of these type of deals. They have made one move already today, in case you're just joining us. JTS, who basically was only really doing stuff on punt return at this point, had not really done much contributing at all. His PFF grade is in the toilet. He's gone to Chicago for a 7th round pick. So sayonara to him. Adios.
They must have shown the Bears all that training camp tape.
You paid him $4.5 million, and I'm so confused as for what. Like I don't understand what their thought process was. But neither here nor there. He's gone. You get a 7th round pick in return. We'll continue talking with you guys. 216-474-0092. 2 hours to go. Should the Browns be buyers or sellers? And would you have done the Sauce Gardner deal if it was Denzel? More to come. Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys right here on the Fan.
Dustin Fox here with Dr. that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys. All right, we don't, no more tweets. It's okay. Twitter Reactions brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got it all situated now. Sorry, Pelissero was wrong. Who else was wrong in the beginning, Mac?
It was Pelissero, Rapchi, and Garofolo at first that had it as a 26 first round.
Okay, so like the big three in the business all had it as a 2026 first. We do this show in real time. We react to it in real time. Obviously, it came out, I don't know, a few minutes after that they were in fact misinformed, and it is in the 2027 first rounder. And then obviously it involves some second round picks. Doesn't change the fact that the Jets now have 2 first round picks in 2026, like they had entering after the Sauce Gardner trade. They have 2 second round picks in 2026 as well, and they have 3 first round picks now in 2027. Now, Daryl, that doesn't mean necessarily that they're going to load up and get the quarterback in 2026 if they have 3 first round picks in 2027. If anything, it actually gives them the leeway to be able to do what the Browns pulled off the first go around, where you drafted Myles Garrett because he was an obvious Hall of Famer, and you took him number 1 overall, and then you went Baker Mayfield in the second draft. But it gives them a little bit more flexibility when it comes to what they want to do and what moves in the chessboard they want to make.
It's always better to build your team, the infrastructure of your team in the trenches before you have the quarterback, okay? Because you look at the Bengals, right? I mean, with Joe Burrow. And what's been the biggest issue down there but besides, I realize
they did it a different way though, because they drafted Joe Burrow and then the next year they drafted Jamar Chase.
Right.
And so like they did it almost in the reverse of what we're discussing. Because remember that the Jamar Chase draft, they had the choice of either Penei Sewell or Jamar Chase. Neither one was a bad workout. Penei Sewell was having an awesome career, but Jamar's one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. But they went quarterback first and then kind of worked everything out after that.
Well, they would be smart to use a couple of those picks on offensive linemen to make sure that when you are ready to draft that quarterback, you're solid up front. Here's the bad news for the Browns.
Okay.
Their entire offensive line hits free agency, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you guys played the audio yesterday. I heard you, Wyatt Teller in the locker room. I was there along with, a lot of my other colleagues, and, he gave his, well, please don't trade me speech, which is understandable. Everyone loves Wyatt. He's one of the best in the business. And of the offensive linemen that are about to have expiring contracts, he's the one guy I'd like them to keep, not trade.
Yeah.
And trading him would make no sense if you got young quarterbacks. But the point is that, even if you have your young, quote-unquote, franchise quarterback, we see this time and time again around the National Football League where they fail to fortify the trenches to protect said young quarterback, which then hinders the young quarterback, which then usually ends up with the young quarterback washing out or getting hurt or both.
I mean, yes, we've seen it a million different ways. It's odd that you actually brought up the Bengals within that, because I think the Bengals would be the one case you could make where it's like...
Well, the reason I brought the Bengals up was because they had the quarterback but no offensive line.
Yeah, but still, even within that the construct of what they did and what they tried to do, they made it to the Super Bowl in year 2 of Joe Burrow. I mean, they clearly achieved what they were trying to achieve. Now, there's other questions we have around the Bengals, but they felt they had enough, and they also felt they had a quarterback that could withstand the idea that he didn't need an offensive line. That's a bad bet by them.
Yeah.
And it's also the bet that Joe Burrow almost forced them to make, and being like, again, I bring up Penei Sewell and Jamar Chase to kind of exaggerate that point, is that Joe's had his hand in a lot of this. He has not been like, oh, you guys never get me offensive linemen, how dare you? It's like, no, we can do without offensive linemen because here's the shiny toy. Like, it's the construct of the NFL and how you put together a team that is so fascinating. But what's fascinating about what the Jets are doing is that I think first blush reaction when we thought it was going to be 3 first-round picks in this next draft that they would have.
They're selling everything.
It's a fire sale.
Yeah.
But are they doing that to stock up for this draft with the quarterback, or are they doing that where now they have 3 first-rounders in 2027 to be able to say, all right,
think about that.
The quarterback has to really wow us. Like, whoever that is, if that's Mendoza, if that's Dante Moore, they have to be awesome very similar in the way when the Browns took Myles Garrett at number 1 overall. Now, the Browns were wrong here. That was a draft that Patrick Mahomes went number 11 overall. Like, that was a draft that Mahomes existed in. All sorts of good quarterbacks existed in that draft. But you get to make that evaluation.
But at least they did draft a future Hall of Famer.
Well, and that was it. And Myles was unquestionably, and that was the scouting report top to bottom, unquestionably, they've never seen anybody more guaranteed to be a Canton Hall of Famer than Myles Garrett. And look how it's played out.
We should all be thanking Greg Williams, since he is the one that is taking the credit for convincing the Browns to draft Myles Garrett. At least that is, if you ask Greg Williams.
Well, I mean, really, in reality, what he did is avoid us drafting probably Mitch Trubisky, if we're being honest about
100%.
it.
Well, because that's what it came down to. It came down to
because
Myles
Trubisky then goes number 2 to the Bears. Obviously, Mahomes goes later on to the Chiefs, but it would have been Trubisky if you hadn't gone Myles.
Right.
But ultimately,
he saved the Browns from doing a very Brownsian thing.
Well, so what's interesting, though, so we bring up what the Jets' plan is, and you talked about having the other pieces figured out and the other parts of the team figured out. If the Jets are, in fact, loading up on 2 first-rounders in 2026, 2 second-rounders in 2026, and 3 first-rounders in 2027, shouldn't the same rules apply to the Browns? Because I don't see any Browns fans, Daryl, that are suggesting we do anything but take a quarterback in 2026. Is this team built up enough? Was 2025 and the draft that we just had, is that enough of a here's your draft to pretty much try to get right, and then 2026 you're off to the races? Would we be 1 year ahead of what it looks like the Jets are from that standpoint?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, the Houston Texans are the last team to have 5 first-round picks over a 2-year span. They had that thanks in part to the Cleveland Browns from 2022 to 2023.
Okay.
Now, mixed reviews on...
because I'm just thinking about the Browns one. Where the Browns... Because we had 3 first-rounders. That was the Njoku, the Denzel Ward, and the Baker draft.
They drafted Kenyon Green, a guard, linebacker Christian Harris, Mechie, the receiver. They drafted him.
Yeah.
And then the following year, they went C.J. Stroud, got the quarterback... and then another linebacker, Will Anderson Jr.
But they did it, though, at a time when people thought it was a little too premature as well. I mean, remember, that team was coming off, I think it was like a 2 or maybe a 4-win season the year prior.
And 3 of those picks were in the top 5.
But we talk about this with Washington, too. Washington, when they got Jayden Daniels, their first year, they had traded off all sorts of pieces of that defensive line the year prior, the 2 Pro Bowlers they had the year prior. They traded and sent off, and they were getting ready to kind of bottom out a little bit while understanding that Jayden Daniels would be able to step in and it would take time. And then Jayden Daniels, that first year, there's only 2 Pro Bowlers on that roster. First year of Jayden Daniels, just last season, the NFC title game. It was him and Terry McLaurin. That was it. A team that went to the NFC title game had just 2 Pro Bowlers on its roster. There's so many ways that you can do this, and I'm not going to try to put myself in the brain of what the Jets are trying to do necessarily, but I am curious as to trying to figure out if they're on a race to try to get the quarterback, or if there's going to be another player in this draft that is a Myles Garrett type that they just can't resist, and they're going to take the longer-term approach on it. Or maybe they look at these quarterbacks, Daryl, and they say Fernando Mendoza's 6'5", he's massive, he's got a good arm, he's got a lot of things that you'd want. Not for me. Maybe they look at Dante Moore, and they're just like, you know what? I don't see it. I need more can't miss. 2027 Arch Manning's coming out, and they think higher of him than what people currently think of Arch Manning. I don't know. You tell me. But from a Browns getting a quarterback perspective, what the Jets pulled off today in a fire sale is fascinating for a million different reasons, but it feels like they have more pieces on the chessboard than the Browns currently do, and more moves that they can pull off than the Browns currently can.
And it's not just quality first-round picks. They've got the second-round ammunition as well. Mm-hmm. They really are loaded now to go into a full-fledged rebuild this offseason with young talent centered around their first and second round draft picks. If they do it right, and that's a big if. We said this about the Browns back in 15, 16, 17, right? If you do it right, you're going to be able to put a contender together rather quickly, assuming that one of those picks is, in fact, a quarterback on a rookie contract that is able to produce for you in rather rapid fashion. And by rapid fashion, I mean within the first 3 years of that rookie contract, because that really is the formula in the NFL. Now, the Chiefs have been able to sustain it with Patrick Mahomes, right? Mm-hmm. But we saw the Baltimore Ravens do this with Lamar Jackson, ideally, and we saw Bengals too with Joe Burrow. They got to the Super Bowl, as you mentioned. Second year with Burrow, they get to the Super Bowl. It's about on the rookie contract, which puts a lot on those rookie quarterbacks. But it's get to a Super Bowl, be in position to win a Super Bowl on that rookie deal.
Yeah.
Then we worry about paying you the market rate in year 6.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long time down the road. And we thought for a split second that the Browns had hit the formula with Baker Mayfield because they got to the playoffs. I think it was in year 3 of Baker. It was 2020, 18, 19, 20. Yes, year 3 of Baker. They get to the playoffs, and I remember we were having those conversations about even after they ended up getting bounced by the Chiefs in the divisional round. We were sitting here counting the chickens before they hatched, talking about, they'll be in the AFC Championship game. They're now a Super Bowl contender, and they get Odell, and that over the top, right? Mm-hmm. And it just, unfortunately, it all fell apart, and it just shows you how fragile roster building in the National Football League ultimately can be, too.
And the amount of different routes that you can take. It is a choose-your-own-adventure book, and that's why, as we inch closer and closer to the 4 o'clock deadline, I think it's so fascinating to find out what pieces the Browns take and what pieces the Browns kind of leave to the side. Will the Browns be in pick accumulation business? Will they be trading David Njoku? Will they be trading Shelby Harris? Will they be trading all these other type of players to get as many picks and as much ammo as they can? Or go ahead. My
favorite part of X is when players weigh in on stuff. And it's usually with
Mine is when they retweet your tweets. Thank you, Mike Hall.
So Breece Hall,
different Hall
of the New York Jets running back, just posted the cry, like not the cry, but the tearing up emoji.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
With 3 dots.
Well, because he wanted to be traded. He wants to be on a different team. Right? He wants to be a Kansas City Chief right now. He doesn't want to be a New York Jet, especially. And here's the hard part: when you do something like this right now, you are telling that fan base. And listen, it was going poorly as is, but you're telling that fan base, "Hey, buckle up. We're going for the number 1 pick." Like, you want to know how hard it's going to be for the Browns to pull off a loss this Sunday? Not only with their 2 of their best players just now traded, but more the idea, Daryl, that this Jets team, and you can't tell Garrett Wilson to lose, you can't tell Breece Hall to lose, obviously, but like they're a defeated team as is.
But you sure can position them to lose.
Well, and now the front office is giving away all the good pieces. They're letting anybody that matters be traded for first-round picks, and it's just like That's got to be crushing. And like the goal.
This is a going out of business sale. The
Yes.
Jets are now Spirit Halloween.
The goal of that front office is to what now, Daryl? It's to lose every single game the rest of the year. At least Browns fans, we don't have that right now. We're changing play callers. They at least seem like they're trying to win games in a season that maybe we should be talking about when at what point we stop trying to win games. But the Browns at least seem like they're trying to win at this point.
I don't know. Maybe that's the poll of the day. When should the Browns wave the white flag?
I'm not there yet, Daryl.
You're not there yet?
I'm not. I can't do that convo right now. I don't want to do that convo right now.
Well, you're ready to do the convo
right
about
now.
Should the Browns lose Sunday in New York against the Jets? Does it help them or not?
They're going. I mean, I just think the game matters so much now for draft positioning.
Right.
Like it's so obvious it matters so much because we have the first team out there in the Jets that are actively saying we don't care about winning this year. We're not in the winning business for this season. We are in the draft pick accumulation business, and we're trying to get as many draft picks as we can, and we're trying to get as high of a draft pick as we can. Whereas the Browns just aren't. The Browns just haven't swerved towards that. Maybe in the next hour and a half they will, though, Daryl. Maybe it'll change. Maybe in the next hour and a half the Browns will swerve towards that.
Maybe it's a shame that Philadelphia made that trade yesterday.
Ooh, you wanted to go ahead and like now would be like, hey, go trade Miles? Maybe they'd be like encouraged by the idea that the Jets are doing this.
Mighty fine idea the Jets have going right now. Because, look, I mean, let's be honest about it. I think that the Browns rebuild from the 4-44 stretch, I think it ran its course, unfortunately. And all you got out of it was 2 playoff appearances and 1 playoff win.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, you didn't get enough.
You
didn't get enough.
You got, for all that misery, and I remember that misery like it was yesterday, you're back to square one. You've won 5 of your last 25. In 21 of those games, you failed to score more than 17 points.
Yeah.
Your record is a little better. Okay, the pace is a little further along, but you're almost right back to 4-44. It feels like
we are at a very interesting NFL trade deadline day. Obviously, the Jets unloading Quinnen Williams, getting rid of Sauce Gardner earlier as well. We're taking all your reaction on that. We will get into some different Browns convos, though. We have a short convo we got to get to at 3:00. Quick hits coming your way next, and of course, the deadline at 4. It's Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys right here on the Fan.
network. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state, only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lyman from 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
Albert Breer joining us at 5:20. That'll be after the trade deadline. NFL trade deadline today at 4 o'clock. We'll have it all broken down for you guys. Obviously, a lot of reaction already based off of what the Jets have done in trading Sauce Gardner and trading Quinnen Williams and landing just a massive amount of first-round picks, 3 in total, all throughout the day. And so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep track of everything that the Browns do as well, and we'll keep you posted. But now it's time for Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
All right, Shams, earlier today, Daryl broke the news that Darius Garland will make his season debut, as soon as Wednesday night against the 76ers. Underwent off-season surgery to repair a big toe. Will be upgraded on the Cavs injury report as soon as he is set to return. So Darius not waiting until late December, as we all initially had thought. He gets back awfully early.
Yeah, I mean, he had been working out like crazy. I mean, he was doing some contact stuff during training camp, so you could kind of feel like the timetable for him was a little accelerated the other night. He was warming up before the game, looked good as well. Great. Cavs right now can use all the healthy bodies they can get back on the floor because the cupboard started to get real bare there over the weekend. But now let's hope that he's back, though, for the long haul. And this is not and you certainly respect the player rushing back, but also let's hope that it isn't a rush back situation, that toe is 100% healed and he's going to be good to go for the duration of the season. But thank goodness he's back.
Yeah, I mean, the Cavs have made it abundantly clear that they are not trying to take this season in great seriousness relative to what they'll take the postseason. And so I hope you're right and that they're not rushing him back, because for my money, I would have had him wait until as long as he needed and then some. I would have been like, all right, you ready? Let's wait even like a week and a half more. So to have him beat this timeline is interesting. But we see this with athletes all the time, in particular NBA players. I feel like they're constantly beating the timelines that are set forth.
Yeah, and by the way, this is the LeBron path to the playoffs.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and that's fine. I'm all right with that. Like, even trying everything you want out with Evan Mobley, to just have him either succeed or have it not work and then make the adjustments from there. Like, now's the time to do it. I'm perfectly fine with them taking this approach.
Once LeBron figured out the formula, he won 4 championships. Not saying the Cavs are going to do that, but wouldn't that be nice?
That would be nice, Daryl. That would be nice.
All right, Wyatt Teller yesterday, of course, trade deadline today. We've been going through a lot of the trades. Wyatt Teller still a Cleveland Brown. He told us yesterday he hopes to remain a Cleveland Brown. We came for the Keep Me a Brown speech from Wyatt Teller, and we also got the victory lap for joint practices from Wyatt Teller. Listen to this.
This past year, preseason, everything like that, everything was rolling so well. So I feel like it's a little bit more frustrating that it's like, there's a team that, I don't know, is 4-5, 5-4, Carolina, that we went down there, and I'm telling you, now they might say they didn't get beat, but just from a viewer, I've been to a lot of joint practices, and we were giving it to them. So it's just like, if that's where we could have been all year and we haven't been doing it, what did we do? How can we get back to that?
Okay. Sure. Well, Rico Dowdle wasn't running the way that he was running now in preseason. Maybe that's got something to do with it. I'm not entirely sure. Who cares? Wait, why is he fixated on this? He's gonna celebrate a preseason joint practice victory and then wondering where it all went wrong?
So I guess if we give them the credit for the preseason victory, the Browns are now 3-6 instead of 2-6.
That's one of the weirdest things I've ever heard. What does he do? You see, because of a joint practice, he thought the team was going to be good? Is that kind of what he's suggesting?
Well, so later on, I ended up asking him about whether he'd like to see Andrew Berry add some to the roster, which Berry has yet to do today, and he said, of course, yes. And then he looked me square in the eye because he knows how critical I've been opinion of this roster in the construction, especially on the offensive side. Said, this is not a bare cupboard here. We have a lot of talent on this football team. Well, guess what? You might have a lot of talent. You don't have many wins. Therein lies the problem.
There is a part of me that wonders if they think that they're much better than they are. And I think the 6-game stretch to open up the season, how tough it was, I think did hurt that. I think the Patriots are a much better team than people give them credit for. And so I think that this Browns team, there's a part of them that believes that they are much better than they are. I could totally see that. But right now, you're a 2-win team. And this is going to be the easy part of the schedule coming up. We'll find out whether you are the absolute worst of the worst in the NFL, or maybe you're a little bit better like you've been telling us the entire time. But bragging about a Panthers preseason joint practice is about the lamest thing I've ever heard. And Daryl, you've seen in years past when you do the joint practices,
it telegraphs how the season's going to go.
And I think last year was so alarming for them when it was like obvious that it was like, oh no, this isn't going well, and
Jonathan,
then it didn't go well. And
they couldn't line up. They could not line up in the practice, and then what happened last year? They couldn't line up in games.
And I think that was kind of like the canary in the coal mine, and they looked at that and they're like, oh wow, okay, this does stink. And then I think they looked at this year, and maybe they had better practice against the Panthers. I don't know how the Eagles thing went. By all accounts, the offense was able to score against the Eagles defense in those joint practices. But like maybe they looked at those joint practices and thought to themselves, okay, maybe it is a little bit better. Maybe this is going to be all right. And then he's just shell-shocked that they're now 2-6. It's probably the reality. He's a good man, though. I like him. I like Wyatt Teller. I hope he stays.
Big Wyatt Teller fan here as well.
Yeah, I hope he stays in the team. I hope they re-sign him. All right. Marvin Harrison Sr. yesterday went off on the idea that the offense for Arizona is one of the worst, and he can't. It's not a pro offense, is what he called it. And he basically did an Odell Sr. type thing, where he was just yelling at everybody and anybody. The difference is that Odell Sr. is not Marvin Harrison Sr.
Did we get the Instagram reel to go with it?
No, but so what's weird is that he goes off on the team before the game gets underway. Last night happens, right? Cardinals just destroy the Cowboys, and you fast forward, and Marvin Harrison Jr. has a great game. One of the better games we've seen Marvin Harrison Jr. have. And so you're like, well, what happened? It's got to just be Jacoby Brissett is better than Kyler Murray, is it not? Like last night's takeaway, if anything, I don't like short quarterbacks, Daryl. It's what I have against Dylan Gabriel. I think if you're a short quarterback, I got a real problem rooting for you because I don't think you can work in today's NFL. We've seen a couple over the years, right?
Drew Brees is
one of them. But between Russell Wilson, between Kyler Murray, between the short quarterbacks that we've seen in recent years, it's like one playoff win since 2019 between Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, and then throw Tua in the mix as well.
Are we talking? What is your definition of short? Below 6 feet tall?
Not tall enough to ride the ride at the amusement park. Yeah, too short. You're under 6 feet and you're lying about even being close to 6 feet tall. That's where you fall in that category. But I feel like Kyler, he can't see the whole field. And I think it's a real problem.
Neither can Dylan Gabriel.
I know. And I feel like Jacoby Brissett last night almost stamped down that ideology of like, okay, well, just get you somebody that can see the whole field. And all of a sudden, Marvin Harrison Jr. can make plays and be awesome.
So I'm watching that game last night. I see Jacoby out there, and I had flashbacks. I was like, oh, yeah, he was here for a cup of coffee.
He's been everywhere for a cup of coffee. That's kind of like his tombstone is going to read cup of coffee. He plays,
Jacoby Brissett played here.
Plays for everyone, has done everything, but last night he dog-walked the Cowboys. I'll say that much about him, and he looked a million times better in that offense than what we've seen Kyler Murray look.
Absolutely.
I think it's toast for Kyler in Arizona, and that contract is a disaster.
It is. Stephen Vogt, congratulations to him. Nominated for the second straight year for Manager of the Year. Of course, he won the award last year, so Radio Hack topic time for you, Jonathan Peterlin.
Yes.
Is Stephen Vogt the best coach/manager in Cleveland Go?
Not even close. Not even close. People will say Kenny Atkinson. I'd say he flamed out in the second round of the postseason. But I'm not going to knock down other coaches to bring up the coach that I think is the best.
I thought for a second you were going to say it's Kevin Stefanski.
Shut your mouth. What are you talking about? No, actually, Fanta and I famously got in the argument about me saying that I thought Vogt was a better manager than Kevin Stefanski was a head coach. And Fanta didn't want anything to do with that logic. Now, I think Mac Fanta's kind of agreed with me at this point, right? I think he's kind of waved the white flag on that one.
Yeah, I think he's kind of backed down a little bit on
He's come to the dark side. He's seen the light.
Here's the thing. When you have the season that they just had, the Guardians that is, and you go through betting scandals, multiple betting scandals into a team that was projected to win 79, 80 wins, and you have the season that he had with the roster that he had, one of the most inept offenses Cleveland has seen since the early 1990s, right before they turned the corner. Like, it is an incredible job that Vogt has been able to do. There's a reason why he was rumored to be sought after by Buster Posey in San Francisco. There's a reason why he's been rumored for multiple different head coaching jobs across the sport, despite being under contract with the Guardians for another season. He is not even close the best skipper in town. Not even close to me.
I agree. We see eye to eye on that.
I thought you were going to do the I agree, go Cavs for a second there.
Oh, no.
I thought you hit me with the old AC. Yeah, all right, let's find out if we agree with the next thing. Shador has come under fire a little bit with how much is happening behind the scenes with Shador. I want to do an investigative report on what exactly is going on with Shador Sanders. I want your help as well. 216-474-0092. The latest around Shador, and 1 hour away until the NFL trade deadline hits. It's Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys right here on The Fan.
Well, there's been things he's done well in the past. I just don't know if he does them well anymore. Like, things can get away from him.
Yeah, the league changes.
Yes, game management at times. I think there's been times in the past where he's done a pretty good job of taking care of the entire team, managing the game, not just calling plays and trying to get yards and trying to get points.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys. An hour away until the NFL trade deadline passes. Daryl, it's already been an explosive day.
On if I can turn on my mic.
I was going to see how many times you're going to try without having the mic on.
Take 3.
Breece Hall, by the way, is requesting a trade. We'll find out if he can do a deal and get a deal done in an hour or so. Daryl, you know how these trades work. Can they get a deal done in an hour? That seems like a short amount of time, but where there's a will, there's a way, right?
It can be done. Never say never.
Okay. Jermaine Johnson also seems like another target that teams would be calling if they believe that the Jets are trying to get rid of players. I've not heard a whisper about Garrett Wilson throughout this whole entire ordeal. Like, you do have to still keep some players on this roster, Daryl. Like, the point is when you
still have to field the team against the Browns Sunday.
And as much as they try to just wave the white flag on the season, but you still have to have some semblance of a roster, and you still have to have some players on this team as you then try to pivot towards drafting your future quarterback either this year or next year, and then we do the roster building discussion.
Listen, I'm convinced in between 2014 and 2017, if the Browns were able to get away with not actually fielding a team, they would have been more than happy to do that.
Yeah, they tried.
Well, yeah, you're right. They did.
I mean, they really did. Everything down to the bonuses for Hugh Jackson for losing to, hey, DeMario Davis, you're good. Now you're no longer on the team anymore.
You know what? And this is part of the struggle I have with criticizing just how bad this offense is. And when I got my stat pack over here and I look at the rankings and the numbers and everything like that.
Yeah.
There is part of me that thinks that maybe this was the object of the exercise. This might have been the master plan. We're trying to win, but we're really not trying to win. We're trying to win, but we're going to put guys on the field that we know are incapable of winning. Like, I'm just,
Is that why Dylan Gabriel beat out Shador Sanders?
I don't know. I will say this.
I mean, because in my mind, Dylan would give you a much better chance of losing games than Shador would.
Right. All of the all of the things that they told us about Dylan Gabriel, all those positive attributes that we heard about following the draft and during the offseason program and training camp and all that, right? I just haven't seen any of it.
Well, and Dylan, at this point, you famously had the training report about the ball boys or whatever the hell you call it.
I just said he didn't belong to it. And here's the can I tell the story behind that real quick?
Sure, yeah, of course.
Look, it was it was one of those instances where because I've known to be a little bit of a smart aleck. I think you would agree with that.
Yeah, and sometimes we do use a
little hyperbole,
a little bit just to exaggerate a point or just to kind of make it a little funny for because it's radio. This is kind of what you do sometimes. You make it a little funnier. Yeah,
not all the jokes are winners, right? In this case, I'll admit it wasn't a winner, but I was trying to make a joke. I think it was Albert Breer, as a matter of fact, who we're going to have on the show later.
At 5:20.
He had posted something positive about Dylan Gabriel, and that's what I just quote tweeted him because I laughed when I read the post as I'm watching Dylan Gabriel miss wide open receivers in practice.
Yeah, and
then I'm just like, all right, I'm just going to be in my head like, what is the most smart alecky thing I can say? I'm like, he shouldn't be in front of the ball boys, and I put it, and it was meant to be tongue in cheek and funny and lighthearted. It certainly was not taken that way, both inside and outside the organization. And so there was a part of me that felt bad for that because, I was just trying to be snarky and funny and have some fun on X, and it kind of blew up in my face spectacularly there. But I was right.
Yeah, and that's the point, though. It didn't take, and it was. I like your football mind. I'm not no slight here or anything like that. But Nick and I also were at training camp, and we came away with the same exact thoughts that you had. And it was like I remember we were doing that interview with Bernie Kosar, and both Nick and I were distracted while interviewing Bernie. And Bernie's telling these great stories, and he's doing great. Right. But we're watching on the field, and it's just incomplete pass, ball hitting the ground. We must have watched 7 straight throws that Dylan Gabriel made 10 feet away from us that all hit the ground, and it was like you can't be be selling us this. This is a hard sell. And so at least you were honest in the moment, which is what you're paid to do, and you're honest to give your assessment on it. But we were all saying the very similar things as well, to the idea that, like, where are they getting this from?
I just took it too far.
Well, that's okay. That's fine. I'm not. I listen. Some people might discredit you for that or do whatever for you. I don't. I know what you were getting at. I get it. I understand. Also, does help the idea that, yes, fine, maybe there was hyperbole attached to that, but you were right in your assessment of him. And I don't think it took some sort of great football coach to have the analysis attached to the idea that Dylan Gabriel was not looking better than Shador Sanders in those camps.
I've watched 41 quarterbacks come through those practice fields.
Well, and we've talked about it before. There's practice field All-Americans, too.
Right.
There are guys that in shorts and a T-shirt look great, and then you get them in a game, and they absolutely stink.
I understand that. But these four eyes know what a bad quarterback looks like because I've seen so many of them.
Well, and I do think in that same regard...
You know what I don't know what it looks like?
What's that?
A great quarterback. You want to know why? Because I've never seen it. I've seen it when the teams come to visit for one afternoon over on the lake, right? I see it for 4 quarters, but as far as like on a daily basis, I have no idea what greatness at that position looks like.
No, but you got a little taste of what good can look like with Baker for so many years. And
Deshaun's first 2 practices with the Browns looked really good.
I'll never forget those practices. I remember being there and thinking to myself, my goodness, he makes Jacoby Brissett look like a high school quarterback.
Yeah, we were oohing and on over the tight spirals and the back shoulder throws.
I mean, again, it did. I know people will laugh at us when we recount those type of stories with like the first couple times we saw Deshaun Watson like actually throw in practice.
Yeah.
But I remember thinking he makes Jacoby Brissett look like a high school quarterback. Jacoby, who just lit up the Cowboys last night playing actual, real Monday Night Football games.
Who, by the way, was here.
And I know, and actually did relatively well, all things considered. But I want to get to the bottom of this with Shador, and I wanted you to talk about this in particular because I'm trying to figure out what exactly is happening within the Shador discussion. I don't know what's going on with the back problem, and I'm very confused. Monday he's not practicing. Obviously, they're off today. We'll find out what happens on Wednesday. But last Sunday, after the game was done, and again, remember, they just played a game, and he's talking to reporters. I don't know, I don't know who exactly he was talking to in the scrum, but I believe Mary Kay has reported the recounting of it, where he makes the reference of how it wasn't his call to be sitting down. It wasn't his call to not be the backup in that Patriots game. I would imagine that.
In other words, he was ready to go even if he wasn't 100%.
Right, and I remember we did the pregame show. I'm here with Coach Riz. We're going through as people that are there are describing what's happening on the field as he's warming up, and he looks all right, and things look good, and then you find out he's not the backup quarterback. And you just have a week where it feels like we got no information. I don't know the status of it. And then he misses Monday's practice. And the whole thing, I don't know what it is, but something just doesn't pass the smell test.
Yeah, it feels a little fishy. But here's the other thing, too. Then congratulations to the Browns for the commitment to the bit coming out of the bye week and not having Shador practice because of the back. If it's what has been insinuated in some circles, I'm not saying you, Jonathan, but I'm just saying the insinuation out there is that this is a phantom back injury for Shador, right? I'm not putting
it. Yeah, but I don't really know what to believe one way or another.
I'm just saying the Browns are certainly committed to the bit because they did not have him practice yesterday.
But he gave off the impression that everything was trending in the right direction and it seemed fine, and then he doesn't practice on Monday, and then we don't have any real updates one way or another.
He did fly to see his family, and I want to be very clear because there were some people criticizing that. I have no problem with Shador going to see his family during the bye week.
Yeah.
That's what the bye week's all about.
Right, exactly.
Back injury or no back injury, that's what the bye week is all about. I'm not going to get on that kid for being a human being going to see his family. That to me, non-story. Now, if he's missing practice because he went to see family, okay, there's a little bit of a story there, so long as you're not talking about an ill family member or something like that. You know what I mean?
I do. I just think it's okay if you're sitting there and you're a Shador Sanders fan and you're saying something's not right. Something's not adding up. The 1 + 1 isn't equaling 2. And normally I would give the Browns...
Especially when you watch Dylan Gabriel on the field and you're watching what a catastrophe that is, and you're saying, how can... Okay, so if Dylan, right... By the Browns metric, if Dylan is so much further ahead than Shador, then how? And I'm not bashing Shador, but I'm just saying, for the sake of conversation, then how bad is Shador?
Well, and that's where they lose me in a lot of ways. But that's what I'm saying.
If Dylan Gabriel is light years ahead, and as far as being ready to play, and he doesn't look like he's ready to play, but that's what the organization keeps feeding us, is that there's this gap between these two quarterbacks. Well, then I have to ask the question, my goodness gracious, how far behind is Shador? How bad is Shador? Now, what I do find interesting...
Well, they don't even see him play, though. That's part of the problem, too, at this point.
He's not even getting... Well,
how's he supposed to showcase that he's gotten any better when the only time he was practicing was on the practice fields off on the left-hand side, not with the team? And now that he's
Baldwin Wallace.
And now that he's the backup quarterback, he gets to be there in a situation where he famously is not getting any backup reps or any reps at all with the starters because they're all going to Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, because Dylan Gabriel's so terrible, he has to have those reps. I just don't know
how you're supposed to prove yourself. No, but the part that doesn't pass the smell test for me here, and the part that I get a little iffy on, is the idea that the Browns are incredibly cagey when it comes to these injuries. And it took us 9 months to find out what was wrong with Mike Hall Jr.
Yeah.
The man got injured in January. We just found out like a month ago what the hell was actually wrong with him.
Yeah. Well, we knew he had the one. We didn't know he had the second one.
Yes, but you see how cagey they are with this stuff, and you see how they're so about misinforming us, and then being so secretive about everything. And with Shador, I think you're all right to suggest what exactly is going on here. Why wasn't he practicing yesterday? What happened Sunday where after the game Shador is telling you, I was ready to play, I wanted to play. They're the ones that said no, you're not playing. What is going on here?
Right, and the other thing too is no, I don't think that this is a big conspiracy where the Browns spent a 5th round pick on a guy, traded up with Philadelphia to take him, and they're trying to sabotage his career. Let's
that seems dumb too.
Let's not take this to the extreme and get nuts here. All right.
Well, I mean, but it almost is to the point where now I'm trying to go the other direction. Does Shador look at what this roster is, and maybe Shador is trying to protect himself at this point? He looked at this roster and is like, I guess I'll wait this thing out. Maybe they'll trade me to a different team. Maybe they'll have a better team next year and I can get on the field then. See what's happening with Dylan right now. And I tend to think Shador can rise above anything.
Right.
I tend to think he'll be all right no matter whatever situation he finds himself in. But look at this offensive line. Look at these wide receivers. Look how Dylan Gabriel doesn't seem like he has a chance on these Sundays. And that's his talent and his problem. But also, it's not as if the Browns receivers are helping anybody out. I'm at a spot here where I'm almost wondering if Shador is almost protecting himself in this equation.
Yeah, it is a little mysterious, and you're right.
Because he doesn't have the same opportunities other people have, Daryl.
Well,
if he goes out there and stinks, the NFL will toss him aside like days-old Chinese food. Right. They're ready to go ahead and do that for him.
Well, there's kind of part of me, and I want to make sure I say this correctly. The reason I want to watch Shador right now is because Dylan Gabriel's so bad, and I can't imagine that Shador is going to be much worse. And even if Shador is much worse, at least I'm going to be entertained by it. I'm not entertained by Dylan Gabriel. I would rather watch paint dry than watch Dylan Gabriel play quarterback for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
I would rather watch Johnny Manziel come back and play quarterback for the Browns than watch Dylan Gabriel play quarterback for the Browns. I'd rather them activate Deshaun Watson on 2 torn Achilles to come out and play quarterback for the Browns.
I would watch Johnny Manziel's alter egos, his Chad Powers version. Right. I mean, my goodness. I'd watch anything instead of Dylan Gabriel.
Right. That's where I'm at with Dylan Gabriel. He's that bad. He's all-time bad. And it's like his best start was his first start, Minnesota, in London. He's gotten progressively worse, which, by the way, again, don't profess to be a football savant. I'm not, but I'm here to tell you that's not how it goes. It's supposed to get better the more you play, not worse. And so, if he can't come out and do it against the Jets, he better not be on the field the following week. That's all I have to say. He better go out there and light them up.
I just want to know what's going on here. Something's fishy. Jason Lloyd was on earlier today. He was on the morning show, and he had this to say. I thought it was interesting. Here we go.
There's going to be a 30 for 30 on this Shador season with the Browns. There's obviously a lot going on behind the scenes. I think that's pretty evident. I don't think you have to be a crack reporter to figure that out. I do think a play, he kept around this long.
That's not an answer. Come on. When do you think he's going to play?
I don't know. December. There's just a lot of noise, and that's part of the Shador experience. There's just a lot of noise all the time.
I mean, at that point, I can't even say that's Shador's fault.
Well, you signed up for it, though. You willingly signed up for that. You knew what you were getting into when you made the trade with Philadelphia to make the bet.
But he says a 30 for 30 is going to happen, and there's a lot behind the scenes that we're not privy to. You're there. I'm trying to figure out what exactly we're not privy to that's happening behind the scenes.
And I'm not going to speak for Jason. I love Jason Lloyd.
I just want you to speak for you.
He's one of the best in the business. I think what he's trying to get at is that, to your point, it's not adding up, right? Dylan's so terrible. They're trying to come up with any way not to put Shador in a position to where he actually has to go out there and play right now because they don't feel he's ready. Like, I don't buy into this notion that the Browns are trying to sabotage this kid or they're trying to stick it to the kid. Something is obviously going on that the organization isn't 100% thrilled with. To the organization's credit, Andrew Berry, Kevin Stefanski are grown adults, okay? Mm-hmm. So you're not seeing stuff leaked to the NFL insiders about things that Shador may or may not be doing behind the scenes, okay? And I'm not saying that he is or isn't doing anything behind the scenes. I'm just making the point that we haven't had any negative stories. Whatever is going on, they're keeping it buttoned up and in-house and in the family, and that's fine. But I'm finding it hard to believe as I continue to watch Dylan Gabriel suck the life out of Browns fans every Sunday that he starts, and also the locker room, based on, I don't know, a player or two that might be watching on social media. Like, I find it hard to believe that Shador Sanders is that bad. Because that's the message you're sending to me as an organization. Dylan's ready. He's prepared. He's the thinker and all that. Let's put it this way. The 4 starts I've watched Dylan Gabriel don't look a whole hell of a lot of thinking's going on right now.
Yeah, and he's going to have a chance out of the bye week against a team that is waving the white flag. If he doesn't look good,
either going on.
I mean, my goodness. How much is happening behind the scenes with Shador? You'll also hear what Mary Kay Cabot thinks as well. We want your phone calls, 216-474-0092. It's Afternoon Drive right here in the Fan.
testimonials.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan.
All right, we are 40 minutes away from the NFL trade deadline at 4 o'clock. We have a lot of updates, obviously. The Jets have made a lot of deals. Only the Browns are involved in one deal so far, and it's a very minor one. But the update from Mary Kay Cabot, the latest here, Daryl. Jets are only moving their defensive players and aren't interested in trading wide receiver Garrett Wilson, according to her sources. She says the Browns may have inquired.
Well, that's real disappointing. That just took the air out of my hot air balloon.
Well, I mean, that does mean they did inquire, at least.
But you know what?
That means something else may be on the horizon, although it seems very unlikely.
Do I set the show on the fire right now? Do I do this?
Sure, we got to get back to Shador Sanders in a second, but yes, if you want to set the show on fire, the runway is yours.
Should the Browns hand the Jets a 6th first-round pick to get Garrett Wilson?
They can't. Mary Kay is suggesting now that they won't. That is not the reality for them. This conversation existed maybe like 20 minutes ago for the Browns in real time, in real settings, and it obviously didn't come true.
But I'm guessing Andrew Berry did not offer a first-round pick.
I don't know what he offered. I don't know what. I have no idea what the Jets wanted for Garrett Wilson.
Do they call back and well, what if we make that a 1?
I mean, I find it fascinating. She says Browns may have inquired, which again, I like Mary Kay a ton, but the implication there is that the Browns definitely did inquire about Garrett Wilson, and the Jets are saying no, we're not interested in making moves involving people like Garrett Wilson or even Breece Hall. Browns don't have a use for Breece Hall.
You know what? I was just about to say. You know who is crestfallen right now by that tweet from Mary, or that post from Mary Kay?
Who's that?
Will be Breece Hall, because he's that tearing up emoji on X is now just going to be full-fledged crying emoji.
He's trying to find his way to Kansas City is what he's trying to do. They need a running back in the worst way imaginable.
You know who has a running back that they could give to Kansas City?
Miami.
No. The Cleveland Browns, Jerome Ford, pair him back up with
that's not the business
Hunt.
That they're interested in.
By the way,
they want someone a little bit better than Jerome Ford, I would imagine.
Kareem Hunt, not washed.
No, he's played well.
Joe Flacco, not washed. It's been a bad couple days for Andrew Berry in the washed gauge.
So do you think the Browns just called it trying to see if the Jets would move him for cheap? Like no part of the Quinnen Williams trade was cheap. No part of the Sauce Gardner trade was cheap.
Listen, if you're walking up and you see a yard sale, aren't you going to ask, is that for sale too?
Do they just want to seem like they're in the mix for something? Is that what this is? Like the Guardians do this every now and again.
I may have been guilty of doing that one time, by the way, driving by a garage sale and asking if something was for sale that wasn't for sale.
What did you ask that wasn't for sale?
A picnic table.
I thought you were going to say their wife. No, okay.
What?
I didn't know how you rolled.
Where did that come?
Freak this freak.
There we go. Someone's got to play Nick Wilson on this show. What was it? A lawn gnome?
No, a picnic table.
Oh, a picnic table.
Where did you get lawn gnome from picnic table?
I was focused on the wife comment.
Wife from picnic table?
I was focused on the wife comment. It was out of pocket by me, and I apologize profusely.
No, you don't. Look on your face. You absolutely. That was the most insincere apology ever.
We've been known to give him a time or two. When I say I'm sorry, I mean it, Daryl. I mean it.
You know what? I'm gonna get Elise on the phone right now and see how she feels about that.
That was out of pocket. That was out of pocket by me. If you wanted the picnic table bad enough, there's always a price that you could give to go ahead and get the picnic table.
Well,
everything is for sale.
No, that's what I'm saying. Did Andrew Berry call the Jets back and say what you just said? Everything is for sale. What's it going to cost?
No, but here's the problem. I feel like they do this the same way.
I mean, our quarterback's 5'5", but still, Garrett's kind of hard to miss on the field.
I feel like they do this the same way that the Guardians do sometimes, where the Guardians are involved in big-name players, and they never land the big-name player.
Hey, listen, I've asked out a lot of beautiful women over the years that have told me no, but you know what? I expressed interest, and that's all that matters.
Hey, closed mouths don't get fed, Daryl.
That's right.
You have to, at some point...
Mac Robinson knows exactly what I'm talking about right now as he's sitting back there with that little smirk on his face.
Go to a diner, sit down, and don't say what you want to eat. You're never going to get served,
right?
So, but I feel like the Browns are always involved in these type of discussions. Now, I don't know. Maybe Andrew Berry's just diving into the idea that he's good at trading for wide receivers, not really good at drafting them.
Well, we know that. Yeah.
Maybe that's part of this thinking is that he can trade for him. When they're already developed, he does a good job of trading for him.
Well, the Guardians are very good at trading for other people's players too. They had a period in time where they weren't good at drafting them. They would always replenish the farm system by trading Cy Young Award winners, and they would hit on those deals. But yeah, I mean, look, Barry's not doing his job if he's watching the Jets fire sale happen in front of him. Of course, he's going to pick up the phone and ask, "Hey, Garrett Wilson available? What do you want for him?" Like that's just that's part of the job description.
Yes, no, it is. I also think he wants the kudos attached to being like, "Oh, I called and I tried." There's a difference between calling and trying and getting something done too. And there's not a person out there that thought he'd give up anything of substance for Garrett Wilson and have it be reality. And I think that's part of the problem I have within the Andrew Berry discourse in that front office. Sometimes they're cool to make an Amari Cooper trade if you're trading for a 5th round pick like you got for Dallas, where it feels like you were the obvious benefactor of that, and it was a one-sided trade, and it wasn't really anything other than just fleecing another team. But if you're going to get somebody of value, somebody of real tangible value, not somebody that's going to last a year and a half and then you just trade them off for a 3rd round pick to the Bills, you're going to have to give up some real pieces. And I don't know that this Browns team and this Browns organization is willing to do that. I don't know that they are. They haven't shown me that they are. But we got 35 minutes for them to go ahead and prove me right or wrong one way or another, and we'll keep you posted all the way throughout. All right, Mary Kay was on earlier today with Baskin and Phelps. We were talking about Shador Sanders and just the weirdness around his back injury and everything that's been with him not practicing yesterday, him saying after the Sunday game that he wanted to play, he wanted to be the backup, but then the Browns didn't have him out there. This was Mary Kay earlier today.
It should be easier for Dillon Gabriel to have some success against teams that are not as fearsome as some of the ones they've played so far, although the Ravens seem to have gotten their act together, and we'll have to see. I mean, I don't think that the Browns necessarily want to be in a position where they're having to start Shador Sanders for 7 games. What if it doesn't work out? Then where do you go from there? So I think they want to give Dillon a longer on-ramp, but he's got to, prove that he deserves it as well.
What does that longer on-ramp for you look like?
Yeah, but it's not even that comment. It was the very end when she said he's got to prove that he deserves it as well. Mm-hmm. That's what's most memorable from that quote, not so much the on-ramp. Listen, I have said all along, I don't think you see Shador until December, until the Final Four, maybe 5 games. You try and stretch Dillon as long as you can. There is a part of me that thinks that maybe we see Deshaun Watson here for a couple of games as he gets closer. Now, Kevin Stefanski told us yesterday when asked that this is not going to be the week when they designate him to return from IR and start that 21-day clock to either activate him or leave him be done for the season.
Yeah.
Listen, just because they designate him to return from IR does not mean he plays. That just means you're starting that process, that clock, to determine whether or not he can play, to allow him to practice, and then you can kind of take a look. Obviously, too, they don't want to take anything away from Dillon right now when it comes to reps. He's so bad, he needs every rep he can get. Mm-hmm. Now, keep in mind, Joe Flacco was so bad with the Browns offense the first 4 weeks of the season, right? You would agree. Unwatchable offense with Flacco
very
first
bad.
4 weeks,
yeah, very
right?
bad, yeah.
They still found a way to give Dillon Gabriel reps, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They found a way to give Dillon Gabriel meaningful first-team reps in practice. They're not doing the same thing for Shador Sanders. And the offense isn't any better. And I got news for you. It ain't getting any better with Tommy Rees calling plays either. If you think that this whole play caller, that's all a mirage. That's all a... what do they call it? Fugazi or whatever? Like, that's all that is.
Fugazi's a term, yes.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's, dangle the shiny object, look here, while the disaster's going on.
You think that's a decoy? That's a distraction technique?
100%.
They're basically playing 3-card money with us in that regard?
It's not going to get better. I'm here to tell you, I will be stunned if all of a sudden this offense is better because Tommy Rees is calling the plays.
All right, we'll talk about that a little bit later on, too. I know you got a lot of thoughts on that, but I find the whole Shador conversation to be very interesting right now. Their handling of it, the back injury, the idea that the Browns just seem like they just never want to be honest with us when it comes to injuries. It just doesn't pass the smell test to me. 216-474 below 92. Sam up next on The Fan. What's up, Sam?
Hey, guys.
Hey, Sam. How's it going, man?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
So in 2023, just some background on Shador. When he was with Colorado, the last 4 games he played that season, it was very painful to watch. He was constantly going in the locker room at halftime, getting shots in his back, and in the second half. And then we learned in the spring from his brother Bucky with Well-Off Media that Shador had a fractured back. Now, as
because he missed the season finale that year against Utah, right?
Correct. And he left at like the end of the first quarter because of his back. He was just in so much pain, but he's such a tough guy. So when he told Mary Kay that he would be okay, playing in the game, it's probably because he would. If he was starting, he'd be playing every game through any injury.
He's a gamer.
Colorado. Yeah, that's what he does. But my issue is, as a former athlete, I was a big-time athlete as well. I had a pars defect, which is essentially a fractured vertebrae in your back. And so what happens is it's kind of common where 30% of athletes have it, and it'll never heal. So what happens is your muscles around your back, they try to, protect the vertebrae because it's broken. And so it's all about core strengthening and all that stuff. Well, Shador didn't really have any issues last year that we heard of in anything, but he did have that oblique injury, which does play, a role into the core as well in the off season. And so I don't know if it's the back, that same injury from 2023. Like mine's chronic, where I've had it for like 10 years. But Shador did get a shot last week for his back as well, we learned in Well-Off Media. And the Browns sent Cassandra, who's a PT with the Browns, with Shador to travel to Boulder to monitor his progress and his treatment, because there was video clips of him running with the, what is that? Like the weightless pool, essentially, where it takes all the weight off you.
Yeah.
He did that at Colorado as well, and Cassandra was there monitoring everything as well. So I think he actually has a real back issue.
Well, it's what's interesting about that, and thanks, Sam. I appreciate the insight.
I wasn't.
Right there.
Yeah, I'm not questioning the legitimacy of the injury.
No.
But I do think it's fair to ask in the realm of just what's going on with him and the reps he's getting at practice and why he is.
Well, so was he being a gamer? Is that what happened on Sunday when he says he was ready to go and wanted to be the backup, and then they said basically no, we're putting a stop sign on that? Like, that's the part where it loses me. Like, Shador is.
But here's the thing too. That's what good organizations do when you're looking out for your own player.
Well, they didn't do that with Baker. We got to let the record show. So maybe this is them learning after that. Like, we didn't do it with Baker, so now we're going to try to protect these. I just find it interesting that when it comes to, seeming like you're giving less opportunities to Shador, now all of a sudden it feels like they're protecting him in a strong way.
I just have never been under the impression that they're
but if you're Shador,
sabotaging this kid.
I don't think so either.
I think if anything, they're trying to handle him with kid gloves to make sure that when he does see the field, he has the best opportunity to be successful.
What I'm suggesting is I wonder if Shador went back to Colorado and then all of a sudden maybe made the realization that I don't need to push so hard to get on the field for this team with this organization and with those receivers and that offensive line and this situation. Like, I wonder if this was almost
like
Shador.
A business decisions being made?
I don't want to call it that, but almost Shador looking at it and saying, why am I busting my butt trying to get back on this field, trying to make sure I play these games when I'm looking at Dylan getting destroyed without a chance? And then maybe it's that realization what I talked about earlier. Dylan can stink up the joint, and he'll have another opportunity next season. He'll have another opportunity 2 years down the line. I don't think Shador is going to have those same opportunities. If Shador, if Shador is treated differently, it's so unfair to him. I think it's patently unfair.
Let's say, can I pause you for a second?
Yeah, sure.
For the sake of discussion, and again, I'm not trying to go negative here, but you brought it up about him not getting another opportunity. Let's say he washes out in Cleveland.
I think if he looks really bad in Cleveland, I think that's the end of Shador Sanders in the NFL.
See, I disagree. I think someone will give him a shot.
I think that's why he's got to be really careful about it being his one opportunity that he gets. And I think this is why, if he's being strategic here and really taking care of his body and really taking care of himself, I think it's doing it with the understanding that when he gets in, he has to look really good. It's unfortunate that he's been put in this spot.
I just think it's
the NFL world has put him in this spot where they've expected him to either be great or they want to kick him out.
His second opportunity, though, will come with a bad team.
It'll be like this type of situation.
Right.
Where
It'll be the same situation where it's not a good team, not a good situation.
Yeah, you're not in a good spot to deliver. And so I think it's going to be really hard, and I think he knows that. And so there's a part of me that wonders if he's almost protecting himself. Like, if I'm going to get one crack at it, and he'll eventually get one crack, whether it's this year, whether it's next year, he'll get that one crack. But if I'm betting my NFL life, I'm betting it on a better version of a team than this team. That just seems like common sense to me. We'll find out. We'll see. We'll see how cautious he is. Because as Sam mentions, the caller, he was an absolute gamer about everything a couple years ago at the end of that season with Colorado.
He is a tough kid.
He took 52 sacks that year. He got absolutely destroyed by that offensive line.
And he kept getting up.
He was playing with the fractured back, and he was just a gamer about it. Always been incredibly tough. But I wonder if maybe someone at Colorado, when he went back home, was like, "Hey, listen. Now's not the time. This isn't the team you got to kill yourself for. This isn't the team. This isn't the opportunity that you think it is right now. You're going to get one opportunity. When you get that opportunity, you have to make sure you make the most of it. You see these offensive linemen. You see these wide receivers. Dylan Gabriel might not be the world's greatest player, but he doesn't seem like he has a chance out there right now. Maybe we don't fight so hard for this one. Make sure that you're right. And then when you do get the opportunity, you're not doing like you did in the, for example, Rams game. He was battling things the week prior to the Rams game, was playing through what I believe was to be injuries as was. And does any fans really seem like they care about the fact that he was playing through some problems there? No, they just look at the end result. And I feel like the same thing will happen there. The rest of the league, if he plays through an injury, they're not going to care about a back problem. They're going to say, you have to be better. You have to be Shador Sanders in this spot. You told us you were something, and then they're going to count it against him. And I think he's smart enough to know that's what's happening. And I think it's very smart of him to be aware of this what's really, I believe, going on.
It's what the Browns did with Baker Mayfield, right, with the shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, that's a whole separate
I know, but I'm just saying the poor performance as a result of the shoulder.
And they judged him on that shoulder injury as if he was 100% healthy. And it's very unfair how the NFL works, but that's how the NFL works. All right, leave that there. When we come on back, we have a weird story involving Tom Brady we got to get to the bottom of. Also, we got 20 minutes until the NFL trade deadline and a ton to get into. It's Daryl Ryder, it's Jonathan Peterlin. It's Afternoon Drive with you guys right here on The Fan.
92.3 The Fan.
Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
When you want the latest on the Browns, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Sports Talk on 92.3 The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
All right, we are 15 minutes away from the NFL trade deadline. In case you're wondering whether or not the Browns have done anything, have made any moves, we have not seen much today out of the Browns. We did have JTS moved to the Bears. That happened. But outside of that, we are awaiting. According to the Mary Kay Cabot report, they may have inquired when it came to Garrett Wilson in New York, as the Jets are having a lawn sale right now. But
I feel like there's all the fun's being had in New York.
It would be dynamic to be doing New York Sports Talk Radio right now. Yes, it would. Although we kind of did our own little version of that for the first 40 minutes of the show. Odyssey Rewind.
Could you imagine if, like, the Browns traded Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward today, what the tone of the show would be?
Yeah.
Because that's the equivalent of what the New York Jets have done.
I think fans would be happy about it because I think it would signal a direction from the Browns at least. I feel like right now fans are frustrated.
To go from bad to worse?
Yeah, well, I feel like at least you're choosing, at least you're making it known what side you're going with.
You're choosing a new adventure?
This endless middle, they're not even at the middle, but this endless middle that they seem to be in right now, I think is really infuriating to a lot of fans. Where it feels like they're they're splitting the baby and they're kind of living in this, are we going for it? Are we not going for it? We're trying to tell everyone we're going for it, but our actions really aren't matching up with that. I think that's very confusing for fans. Not that fans can't comprehend it. Fans obviously, they know, they understand what's going on, but I think it's a really bad thing when before the season gets underway, guys like Coach Riz, who will join us at 6 o'clock, can say 9 wins. Ken Carman can say 8 wins. Meanwhile, we have 3-win Wilson sitting across from me. You know what I mean?
I said 6.
And I said 6 as well. But I think that's
by the way, looking at the current schedule, 6 is not out of the realm of possibility at all. I mean, you got the Jets this weekend. The Titans are on the schedule. Like, there's some winnable games here coming up for this team. Now, I don't know if they're going to be able to actually pull it off and win those games, but the possibility is certainly there. But the problem becomes, what does a 6-win season accomplish for you? This goes back to
nothing.
The pre-Sashi Brown burn the house down, forget the fire sale. I mean, the guy took a blowtorch to the roster, okay? Mm-hmm. And it was because they were mired in that, back in the 16-game schedule days, the 4-12, 3-13, 5-11. Like, they were stuck in that perpetual madness.
Right. But this team isn't choosing a lane is the point.
Right.
And without a quarterback, it's really hard to say go for it and win 10, 11 games if you can, because without a quarterback, you don't have much of a chance there anyway. And so it's really tough.
But here's the thing. This is the top, and this is typical. I'm not blaming the Browns for this, but this is typical Browns luck, right? Here we are, early November. A massive chunk of the college football season is come and gone, right? And there's no consensus like, you got to, like right about now, we'd be making the jokes about tanking for so-and-so, right?
Yeah.
We're not doing that.
No.
There is no consensus number one quarterback in this class. I mean, even Arch Manning, let's say he was coming out, which I don't think he will, and especially after the season he's had at Texas now, I'm more convinced that he's definitely going to go back to school. Frankly, he should go back to school with the year he's had. But even there is no consensus guy.
I mean, I was told
going after right
I was
now.
told by last week by somebody that would be credible in this type of situation that he expects 8 quarterbacks to be taken in the first 2 rounds of next year's draft. 8. He expected 5 in the first round, 3 in the second round. Like
Maybe the Browns will take 2 of them.
The number of quarterbacks that I think are going to be having a first and second round grade are going to be high. It's just whether or not you have anybody that just kind of blows your socks off and makes the case of being anything substantial. I mean, there's parts of Fernando Mendoza that I'm intrigued by. I like 6'5". That 6'5" with a big arm seems pretty nice. Yeah. There's parts of Dante Moore. Dante Moore can't even drink yet. He's 20 years old, and he's 6'4", and he looks every bit the part. Like there are impressive things about some of these quarterbacks. Ty Simpson, I really like. A great pickup by Mac in the draft there. Like Ty Simpson's fantastic, but also we're still too far away to say this quarterback has separated itself one way or another.
Want to know who else is 6'5" with a big arm?
Who?
Josh Allen.
Yeah, that's accurate. Were you just going to name
No, because
big quarterbacks? Is that now the measuring stick here?
No, because there was no consensus with that particular class coming out. There was a bunch of guys grouped together. He was among them.
Yeah.
And honestly, look, it took a couple of days. It took a few years for Josh Allen to become the player that he is. See, the other thing too is there's no turnkey solution here. The various runways that young quarterbacks and paths, as you like to call it, the choose your own adventure, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, they're different for everybody.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes didn't play as a rookie.
Nope.
Green Bay Packers are famous for sitting quarterbacks for 3-4 years before letting them see the field. And these are players they draft.
I know, and this is part of the fun.
Now, granted, they've always had they've typically had the luxury of the franchise quarterback is sitting in front of them, so duh.
Yeah.
But still, like the pathway is just so hard to predict, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And who knows if the Browns drafted Josh Allen, if he would have attained the same level of success that he has in Buffalo. They were patient up in Buffalo. This is one of the least patient markets and teams in the NFL. Now, you might say, well, Daryl, you're a hypocrite because you're ragging on Dillon Gabriel. He's only had 4 starts. Be patient with it. Listen, the guy, I'm taller than Dillon Gabriel, and I'm 6 feet even. So I don't care what they list that dude in the media guide as. I am taller than Dillon Gabriel. I'm 6 on the nose. He can't see over the line, over the offensive and defensive lines.
You've said 6 feet on the nose too many times in there. It makes me question if you're actually like 5'11" and a half. I don't know.
No, but I can get to 6'1" if I spike the hair.
Rounding up? Are you doing you put the Nick Saban lifts in your shoes?
No, but I have thought in years past, because this is a thing that, single guys do this. They do round up.
I know. That's why I think you're rounding up right now. That's why I think if you went to the doctor, maybe it'd say 5'11" and a half, and you're just like, I'm 6 feet tall.
Nope.
You just want to put it in your Hinge profile.
No, I don't even have a Hinge profile.
Wow. Maybe you should get one. Maybe this could be the turning point for you. I'm a very happily married man, and I know it's like you're not on any of the apps. You don't do any of the apps like that?
No.
Oh, it's a missed opportunity for you.
No, it's not. It's a waste of time.
I met my wife on an app. What do you mean it's a waste of time?
Things have changed in the last couple of years.
Has it just gone down? It might have. I don't know.
It is I have not done it for over a year.
Okay.
And I found it to become a mind-numbing exercise.
Yeah, that might be the case. I'm not sure. By the way, the update as far as the Browns are concerned with 6 minutes left to go is the Jets are still holding a fire sale, and it doesn't seem like Garrett Wilson is a member of the Browns yet. So that's where we currently stand. There's been no major trades. There has been one trade in total involving the Browns today, and it was involving a 7th-rounder for a 6th-rounder in exchange to the Bears and JTS. And so really just a very eventful day so far, and we're going to dive into this a little bit more. Go ahead.
And Andrew gets an A for that trade. Anytime you can get rid of a 7th-round pick, that's a standing ovation from me.
Okay.
Job well done. That is GM of the Year material right there.
But you see what I'm talking about earlier with that Mary Kay report that they may have inquired about Garrett Wilson. It's like,
listen,
I think there are enough fans out there that'll be like, all right, he's doing his job. Good job. Way to be involved in that. And it's like, guys, I care what you do as far as results are concerned. I care what you bring to the table.
Right.
Up until we got 6 minutes left for him to bring us something to the table, or else this deadline is come and gone.
There are many beautiful women over the years that I've inquired about, and not many results.
216-474-0092. I'm being nice by bypassing that, by the way. 216-474-0092.
Especially with what you said earlier in the show. Yes.
Your trade deadline reaction as we got 5 minutes before this thing becomes official. We'll do it next. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
to midnight. All the best segments from all of our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Go around the AFC North, Wednesday morning at 8. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I'm apologizing to no one.
All right, back in here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys. Albert Breer joining us at 5:20 today to break down everything across this NFL trade deadline as 4 o'clock is passed. As you would always say, pencil down.
No, cell phones down.
Cell phones down. That's the new thing? Cell
phones down. Trade deadline has passed.
Okay. Yeah. Although we always have trades that kind of just come in a little bit later than the trade deadline. So I'm giving us like a 5 or 10 minute buffer to have something come in and something of substance happen, because that's typically how that works. You can have something that's done and it was done before the deadline, but then it just gets leaked out afterwards. But the point is that it is, as best as we can tell right now, the Browns not making any substantial moves at this deadline, Daryl.
And look, there were a couple of players that I thought potentially could bring something in return that made sense if they wanted to go in a little asset, find me a player that can help me now mode.
Yeah, David Njoku got to be the top of the list, right?
I thought David Njoku and Jerome Ford were 1A and 1B.
I thought Jerome Ford was going to end up in Chicago potentially, a couple other places. I keep bringing up Kansas City. I thought they'd want somebody of more high caliber than maybe Jerome Ford. I like Jerome Ford. That's not crapping on him. That's just the reality. I thought with Njoku, I thought it would have been smart for the Browns to call up the Packers and say, hey, listen, Kraft is out for the season. You guys run more 12 personnel than every team in the NFL, but 5 teams since 2024. Like, you need somebody like David Njoku. Give us a 3rd-round pick. Give us a 2nd-round pick. Let's get this thing done. But you're going to have Njoku enter free agency at the end of this season. You're going to have Shelby Harris is still on the roster now. All sorts of guys on the offensive line that we were questioning about whether they'd be here or won't be here. And it turns into a situation where the Browns didn't take advantage of any of that as far as the market was concerned.
Social media reactions powered by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Aaron on X at AT_409 posted to me, are we done collecting 6th round picks yet?
I don't think so, but I guess maybe we have to be.
Well, listen, at least they're not 7th-round picks. Let's give Andrew Berry a little love for that.
So they were, in fact, not buyers or really sellers at this market. The weeks-long question.
Kind of like a draw, because it's JTS with the 7th for a 6th. Like, I kind of feel
it's inconsequential to me. That doesn't even register in my accounting for this trade deadline.
JTS was the throw-in to get the 6th-round pick.
Yeah, I mean, basically, that's what it was. It was so inconsequential and will impact this team in such a slight way that I'm not even counting it one way or another.
You know who else I thought could have gotten moved?
Who's that?
Shelby Harris.
I mentioned Shelby Harris. Yeah, I thought with certainty that Shelby Harris would not be on this roster after this trade deadline.
Yeah, I especially with Mike Hall Jr. coming back, the excess, and I guess maybe that's the wrong word, the depth that you had in that defensive tackle room, I thought. Because I'm a big Shelby Harris fan, but I just kind of figured last year a contract, are you really going to bring him back next year? If the answer to that question is no, then try and find a way to move him to a contender, because certainly his, as I like to call it, I know it's football, but his shot blocking ability at the line of scrimmage combined with his ability to get the paws up on field goals, which actually helped them win a football game earlier this year. I just felt like a contender could absolutely use an asset like that, a veteran like him on the field. So as of now, it appears that both of those players, or all 3 of those guys, Ford, Njoku, Harris, at least as we're talking right now and to the knowledge we currently have, they apparently are remaining Cleveland Browns for the stretch run.
Actions speak louder than words, Daryl. And the actions of this deadline tell me that they're in the same spot they were in before the season got underway. They feel like there's enough of a team here to at least win a couple games, but they also feel like they don't want to go the full tank route. They don't want to go the whole route of let's see how many losses we can get for the best draft position possible and then go from there. It feels as if they are trying to manage a way to win as many games as they possibly can while also not taking any sort of big leap to add to the roster in the meanwhile.
The fabulous thing on X right now is the 5 stages of grief for Breece Hall.
Oh, yeah?
The latest. Sick about my brothers, man. Happy for them, but man, I'm sick right now. Well, no, that's that. I'm quoting.
No, I got what you're doing.
That's exactly.
It sounded funny when you said it.
Well, no, that's what he wrote. So I wanted to be specific and relaying what he wrote while also clarifying he means brothers.
You did a good job of being specific there.
I felt awkward saying it.
You should have. It sounded as awkward as you felt.
But the 5 stages of grief from him on X right now is pretty spectacular to watch.
Are there 5 stages of grief for Andrew Berry right now as he doesn't pull off a mega deal? He doesn't pull off any big buyer type deal. And in the meanwhile, he gets nothing in return for some of the players that we've been talking about for weeks on end.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
I kind of, because to your point earlier, and Wyatt Teller made this point yesterday in the locker room about, yes, they did beat up on, apparently, at least in his eyes, they won a few joint practices. Mm-hmm. In his eyes, they've won as many joint practices during training camp as they've won football games during the regular season. Where it really counts how well you play. And I love Wyatt, but it was funny hearing him say that. But he did he made a case for keeping the thing together yesterday when he talked about there is a lot of talent in this locker room. This is a talented team. They just have to find a way to figure it out. And maybe this is Andrew Berry saying, figure it out. Maybe this is Kevin Stefanski giving up the play calling for a second straight year. Mm-hmm. Maybe this is their way of, okay, Andrew, we're going to try and figure it out. I don't know how much figuring out there is to do when you have what you have to work with on the offensive side of things, because the defense isn't the problem. But I think that's what this is now is, okay, this is the team, figure it out, make the most of what you have to work with, and, we'll let the chips fall where they may come, January and then going into the offseason. But my thing is maybe the deck was stacked for the chips to fall a certain way.
I mean, clearly they're not trying to force anything, right? Like, that's when they call up the Jets and see about Garrett Wilson. They're trying not to force anything. They're seeing if they can go bargain bin hunting. And if they could get any sort of steal of a deal, then they would have made that deal. Clearly, they look at this like, hey, we're just going to let the chips fall where they may, and it is what it is. And
the only trade, by the way, it is official, not to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
The only trade the Browns made was the deal with the Bears. Mm-hmm. No other trades. That's it. So the Browns essentially stand pat at the trade deadline.
Yeah, and I remain very surprised that some of the names like Shelby Harris that we discussed, like David Njoku, some of the names that we discussed weren't in fact moved. I just assumed that they would get the draft capital for those guys, but clearly there's enough within this team. And listen, Njoku matters a ton for this team. Maybe they end up doing something with another deal to keep him here for a little bit longer because they just value what him and Fanning can eventually pull off and really what he does with that offense. He is a bright spot on a really not great offense, Daryl. So like having that piece, maybe it matters enough in the evaluation of guys like Dillon Gabriel, guys like potentially Shador Sanders, some of the quarterbacks that you are throwing in there where they didn't think that it was worth it to move off of them for a 3rd or 4th round pick.
Well, and we've had these conversations in the weeks leading up to the trade deadline when I would come on with you and Nick about, put myself in Andrew's shoes. What would you do? Should he be? And look, the case could be made that, and I had said this time and time again, that the trades that I was hoping Andrew would be able to make was going to be along the lines of the Greg Newsome, Tyson Campbell deal, where you trade a player that you're not going to extend, you don't want to make that type of investment in him, and you bring in a player who's under team control. He just signed a contract extension. Maybe things not going all great there, but he fits what you want to do in your system. Bring him in here, and now he's a core piece going forward for you. And those deals are not always easy to find out there, but that was my hope. And I will give Andrew Berry this grace, this credit, that he didn't just go out and make deals for the sake of making deals and giving players away to give them away to compile a bunch of mid-round draft picks. I'll give him that kind of credit. He just didn't give guys away today. But also at the same time, I just don't know that the ceiling of this football team is much higher than their current 2-6 record.
Yeah, I guess that's what we'll find out over the next few weeks, especially as you have teams like the Jets that are doing the fire sales, and you're going to take on those bad teams. Raiders, I thought the Raiders were going to make more moves, even more moves than what we've seen them make, and you'll have them on the schedule later on this year. So there's a lot that they have that is going to at least lead to the idea that they think that there's going to be more wins on the horizon. Bob on Twitter saying, trade deadline reaction, Browns did nothing. I expected that, so they met my expectation. Haslam, Barry, and Stefanski are losers. Just look at their record. Enough said. Like, I don't know what people really expected within this trade deadline. I think typically as a sports fan, we just kind of always want fireworks. We always want some big, like, whoa, look at what's happening. Like, kind of what the Jets did today for the fans in New York. They're like, well, at least they're not just being that meme where you're just with the stick poking them, trying to make something happen, do something. At least you're doing something. And
By the way, that'll be the most entertaining day Jets fans will have this season, is what took place this afternoon.
Well, and that's a sad reality for Jets fans, is now they have to look at a situation where now for the rest of the season, they're not going to win another game, it looks like. And if they do win a game, it's not because of anything that happened within the front office being supportive or encouraging of them winning games.
But
it'll
that's
just
a win
be because
for them.
of, well, I mean, that it's an awful existence as a fan base. Like, and we've been through it a ton here.
I was going to say, used to that here.
We've been through a ton of it, and every time it happens, and every time we get to that spot, it absolutely stinks. When you're like, all right, now we have to root for losses essentially, so that we get paid off on the bet that we're making. So the Browns aren't doing that. I'll say that they're not doing that.
How many years did that happen with the Cavs here? Right? Oh, Cavs lost last night. Another ping pong ball in the hopper. Right?
Yeah.
I remember those days.
Well, and good thing those ping pong balls were rigged for us, Daryl.
The frozen envelopes.
Just ask Bill Simmons. We got a lot of opportunity in those ping pong balls.
God bless the frozen envelopes, but yeah, I mean,
if the NFL draft was as rigged as that was for us, I think we'd be in a good spirit.
Man,
it was not rigged. I'm just joking.
I know, but like, we know that existence. We know that with the Cavaliers. We know that with the Browns, where like you're a fan and you're rooting for your team to lose because your only hope is that you get a top draft pick. And then your only hope after that is you pray the front office don't mess it up. Unfortunately, we've seen here, not the Cavaliers, the Browns, front office famously, regardless of the GM, messes it up.
Well,
and they mess it up spectacularly, with the exception of Myles Garrett, number one
as
overall.
Secure as Andrew Berry, at least the perception of, at least if you talk to insiders, they believe that his job status is. There is the other side of this. Maybe at this point they turn around. And again, they inquired about Garrett Wilson, according to Mary Kay Cabot. They may have inquired about Garrett Wilson, that is. But I don't know. Maybe Andrew Berry looked at it, and maybe somebody above Andrew Berry, maybe it's Steve Podesta, maybe it's Haslam, said, we're not going to let you wheel and deal the way that you think you want to for this draft deadline or for this trade deadline. I don't know. Maybe they got the stop sign with any deals that they wanted to do because of the understanding that somebody else would have to clean up that mess if you, in fact, got it wrong.
Yeah, well, and same thing with Kevin Stefanski. I think that's a fair question to ask right now with both of them, like Kevin giving up play calling, and then Andrew Berry essentially standing pat here at the trade deadline. Is that a sign that both of these guys are feeling pretty secure in their positions? Like they don't have to do much right now. Okay, Kevin, he will always tell you, I've always called plays. This is the second straight year now he's given up. Last year we talked about yesterday. Last year was he just threw his hands up there and said, well, the heck with it. You wanted Ken Dorsey here, fine. He can call the plays and he can suffer the consequences of this train wreck. I'm washing my hands of it. I don't get the impression that that's what's happening this year with the tie. I think this is we're willing to try anything we can because, well, I have what I have to work with. And God bless Cedric Tillman, and certainly there is a projected ceiling there that you feel good about. Him coming back doesn't save your season for your offense either.
All right, let's get into that. Does Tommy Rees give you hope for the offense and our fans clinging on to that hope? 216-474-0092. What Jason Lloyd had to say about that. We'll get Daryl's thoughts as well. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
recovering from off-season surgery on his toe. Get all of the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Katie Pollock.
Catch Overtime on The Fan to hear the first college football playoff rankings of the season. Tuesday night, Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Albert Breer, 1 hour from now. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys here on Afternoon Drive, reacting to the trade deadline that came and went for the Browns. They were rumored as buyers. None of that came to fruition, Daryl. In a very, very eventful deadline because of the Jets. A rather uneventful deadline because the Browns really didn't do much.
Yeah, they kept all the guys that we thought they might trade, and then they did not acquire anybody. So no help is coming. This is the team. Good luck the rest of the way. And
maybe they just looked at it and said, we have so many picks for the upcoming year that we're even trading off of David Njoku, or I don't know, maybe this means they're going to re-sign all these different players we're discussing. I'd be shocked if they re-sign Shelby Harris, for instance, but maybe Njoku is going to be on the table. Maybe Wyatt Teller is going to be on the table for that.
I really had my heart set on a receiver above 6 feet tall and an offensive line.
Yeah, your short receivers, your Mark Schlereth quote on that broadcast is going to extend miles for you, isn't it?
It's hard to forget seeing that. Like I'm sitting there charting the game, and
I mean I remember Coach Riz,
and I hear him say that.
Yeah.
And I had to do it. Did he just say what I thought he said?
Yeah.
Hit the rewind for a second to confirm. Yes, in fact, he called them a bunch of little dudes on the broadcast.
Yeah, Schlereth isn't shy about his words.
And
I mean, Stink is also the same guy that says that on airports he urinates on the bathroom floor so that people not wearing shoes will step on it.
Yeah, I mean, I was
the dude is cold blooded.
I mean, I was waiting for him to say, "Listen, I know the Browns mascot's an elf, but that doesn't mean you have to employ all of them on your offense." Like,
now that would have been a little far.
There we
go. Thank you.
I was waiting. Because
I thought the dad joke guy wasn't in today.
I was like, Mark, please don't stop. Keep it coming at that point. But I mean, I'm glad Cedric's back because he'll at least bring some size to that room.
Yeah.
And hopefully Dylan Gabriel will actually be able to see where he is on the field.
With the change of the play calling, does Tommy Rees, does he give you any hope that there's going to be, at least with the change, it might look different, it might look better, and any hope for this offense?
No,
okay.
No.
Is that just hope within the fan base that something will eventually sprout from this change?
I think that was Kevin giving the fans a little pound of flesh there, or just trying to. I'm trying something, okay? Because here's the thing: should we remind folks how well it went last year when he gave up play calling to Ken Dorsey?
Yeah, no, it didn't go well. It didn't go well at all. And so Jason Lloyd, he talked on that and also talked on the play calling and whether or not there is some hope. This was earlier today on the morning show.
Maybe there is something to get out of this. I've run the numbers out before. They are among the slowest receiving group in the NFL. They don't create separation. They don't catch passes. They don't catch contested passes, and they drop first downs. They lead the league in drop first downs. I don't know how changing play callers will change any of that. Plus, they've got a rookie third-round quarterback who has struggled badly. So I don't know how changing the play caller changes all that. But, listen, if the Browns come out here and Dylan throws for 300 yards and they hang 30 points on the Jets, we're going to have a pretty interesting conversation next week. I don't know that I expect that to happen, but if it does, is that an indictment on Kevin? Yeah, you could certainly make that case.
I don't know who else it would be an indictment of. That's 100% would be an indictment of Kevin if it does in fact go that way and look drastically different and Dylan Gabriel all of a sudden looks good.
Well, after the fire sale by the Jets today, the odds of Dylan Gabriel looking at least like an average quarterback certainly increased exponentially.
I thought that they would have been risen with the Patriots game too, though, and we didn't watch that happen. Like coming out of a bye week and then watching the Jets do what they did to their team today, it should be set up. But I thought last week against the Patriots was a if not now then when type moment for Dylan as well.
And then you know what the conversation is going to be? If the Browns do win on Sunday, does that win really count? Because it was The Jets fielding basically a practice squad.
I mean, there were enough people that after the Dolphins game, we turned around and had that conversation as well. Like, does it really count against the Dolphins, a team that is basically trying to nuke itself into the sun? Like, it's going to be the same convos.
I can just hear the conversation now. Browns beat the Jets along with everyone else in the NFL.
I mean, it's amazing if you think about it. If the wins this season are against a Packers team that has basically shot themselves in the foot multiple times against bad teams. They were 14-point favorites against the Panthers this last weekend and found a way to outright lose that game. Okay, like they just absolutely stink in certain spots. That Jordan Love interception with 4 minutes left in the game was perfectly Jordan Love in many, many ways. And so you got the Packers win, which looked like a good win at the time, but doesn't seem as good now that we know that they just played down to competition. You have the Miami win, and then you have the Jets win. Like, if you do, in fact, get the Jets win, we don't have much to hang our hats on right now.
No. Defensively there is, but as we're seeing, this is a football team that's good enough to hang for about 2.5 quarters, sometimes 3.
Yeah.
And then the tank goes to E.
Mm-hmm.
Either in the third or the fourth quarter or both. Because they've been blown out 4 times in the 8 games. They've lost 6.
Yeah.
4 have been blowouts.
No, it hasn't been close. And so that's why if you get something...
it's been close for, again, 2.5 quarters.
If you get something out of Tommy Rees, though, and it's just something that... I almost go to the spot that I don't know how it could possibly look any worse than what it's currently looked like. But I think the interesting point from Jason is on the back end of that. What happens if it, in fact, does look good? What happens if Dylan Gabriel does look good and the offense seems to thrive? Can play calling alone be enough of that?
Here's one way I think it can help.
Okay.
Because the last time Tommy Rees called plays, it was in college, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think we would all agree, college playbooks.
It doesn't count relative to the NFL.
Most of them are pretty simplistic, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if, just throwing this out there, what if Tommy Rees really dumbs down the playbook a little bit?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't mean that. I don't mean that derogatorily or negatively. Okay, but what if he simplifies it?
Yeah.
And because you got 2 kids out of college in Dylan and Shador, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if he comes out and just kind of slims down the terminology a little bit, makes it a little easier to process or whatnot? Although from what I understand, Dylan shouldn't need it because he's the supercomputer, right?
Yeah, his supercomputer's broke.
Right, supercomputer is definitely broke. And it's affecting everything else. So, and the reboot hasn't helped
I just don't know that it'll help because I don't know that Dylan Gabriel can see the whole field is the problem.
But I'm just saying.
I think he's running into the Kyler Murray problem that we discussed earlier, where Jacoby Brissett comes in and is awesome, and it's like, why? Because I don't know.
Because he's tall enough to see over the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he can see 25 yards down the field. It turns out it matters when you have Marvin Harrison. Turns out that's a good thing to be able to see a guy 25 yards down the field.
Remember the
that's open. Like everyone's so shocked as to why he keeps missing Jerry Jeudy or not even throwing the ball to Jerry Jeudy. It's pretty simple. The guy can't see him.
I remember
he can't see what's happening down the field.
I remember the grief I took during training camp when I was describing exactly what I was seeing. I would stand in the end zone, have no idea where this kid was on the field, and the only way I knew is because I would watch the line. It would either move to the left or to the right, and that's how I knew.
When you watch these games, you see when he almost gets sacked and then pops out of it, and it's like, wait, he disappeared. Right. I've never watched a game where the quarterback he's like a magician. He turns into Houdini. He just absolutely disappears during plays and then pops out. Like he's like one of those China dolls that are stacked up. He just pops out, and you're like, "What happened here?"
I thought we were gonna say it was like a Jack in a Box.
It's astounding to me. It really is. But it's one of those deals where if he was
that's the way I knew he was. I just have to watch everybody else to figure it out, and then I watch the incomplete pass.
I don't know what play calling can do to make him look good when that's your big problem. You know that's the hurdle I have within all of this. I think Stefanski's broke as a play caller. I really do. I think something with his brain is broke right now with play calling.
Well, because
I think he's lost it, but I don't know what Tommy Rees can do to pick that up.
Yeah, but you wonder why he's broke as a play caller is because all the toys he has to work with are deficient.
Well, but it got in his brain. At some point, he was not this. When he first got to the Browns, and especially all throughout the Baker time, he was not this guy. The guy that won't throw the ball deep at all or even attempt to throw the ball deep.
Here's where I will grant you a little bit, and I'll agree with you. the Joe Flacco 4 starts.
I don't understand what he was doing there. The lowest ADOT in the entire NFL, lowest average depth of target in the entire NFL is Joe Flacco for 4 games. What in the hell was that?
That's the, and this is what's frustrating right now, because I feel like Browns fan deserves an answer.
As to why Joe was able to just unleash in Cincinnati and be able to rip it and grip it, and then while here, though, just wasn't? Was it because they were setting up an offense for Dylan?
I don't know, but this is the problem I have with the Browns, is they don't feel the need to explain themselves. And you've put such a trash product on the field since you bought this team in 2012, officially took it over in 2013 with your own people, okay? It's been hot garbage since you arrived, and you've made it worse, which defied the odds of making the Browns worse before they were bad when you got here. You made them worse, okay? And you're back to square one. You've won 5 of 25. So, yes, you owe these loyal fans an explanation, especially when you're throwing out surveys for PSLs nearing $150,000 a seat. You owe your loyal fans an explanation. Get your GM's butt off the computer and down into the media room to answer questions. A good leadership, and this is how you know the culture out there is garbage, because good organizations take the bullets. They don't leave the coach twisting out to dry. Now, Kevin Stefanski was good sport yesterday when Mary Kay asked him, hey, do you mind being the spokesperson? He said, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
That doesn't bother me.
Which he's not going to be like, yeah, it bothers me.
Yeah.
That's not going to be the answer.
Okay. We haven't heard from Paul DePodesta. I'd love to know, what the hell is the strategy now going forward?
I don't even know what he does at this point.
Right.
So I haven't known for years.
But, your fans deserve answers. If you're going to put a bad product out there, you owe these people answers that invest their time, their money, their energy, their attention, their passion into you. You give the least of the 3 teams in this city. You don't even give out season ticket gifts anymore, according to my friends who are season ticket holders.
Yeah.
Now, if that is inaccurate, I apologize. I'm going off what my season ticket holder friends tell me. Guardians give gifts. Cavs give gifts. You don't even do that for your fans. You give them the bare minimum in this town, and you demand the most. You demand their patience year after year. You demand their loyalty because you get it, because it's a tradition here. But I got news for you. This younger generation is different from my generation and your generation, okay? Mac's generation, I'm not dogging on you, Mac, okay? But your generation's different. The kids younger than you are different. They're not captivated by the lore of Bernie Kosar, Ozzie Newsome, Kevin Mack, Ernest Biner, 3 AFC championship games. They don't care about Jim Brown and Otto Graham and Lou Groza and all the Hall of Famers that came before this iteration of the Browns. It's embarrassing to be a kid and a Browns fan because you're so bad. You give your fans nothing. Yeah. You demand the most of it, and you're sending out this. You're so clueless over there. You're sending out a survey when you're 2-6 saying, yeah, what do you think about a PSL over $100,000 in the new stadium? You know when you send that, and I mentioned this on the Sunday show when I was in with Nick Pannone, you know when you should have sent that survey? This is how tone deaf you are. Yeah. And by the way, maybe you should consult me on these things. I'll give you the pulse of the fan. You should send that in April. You didn't need to send that survey right now. You're moving dirt, okay? You haven't even started digging out there. You got plenty of time to sell tickets in the new building and sell PSLs in the new building. And you know what? You ought to play the stink tax. That's what you should do, Haslam Sports Group. Pay the stink tax. Pay for the dome. That's your gift to Browns fans. We've put hot garbage on the field for 13 years since being here, save for 2 seasons. So you know what we're going to do as a thank you to you? We're not going to do PSLs. We're going to pay for the stadium. Outside of the public money we've already gotten. We're going to pay for it as a thank you and a tribute to you for your loyalty, for the garbage we put on the field year in and year out, and the patience we constantly request of you. That's what the Browns should do. No, they're going to send out PSLs in the midst of an unwatchable season where they're going to send out a survey saying, yeah, what do you think about paying $150,000 for a PSL to sit behind the Browns
I feel like
bench?
this has been bubbling up for a while with you here, huh? Yeah.
Because
I asked about the play calling.
Yeah, but no, but this is what they give you. No, this is what they give you. We'll change the play caller at the bye. Yeah, because that's going to fix the problem. Didn't do anything at the trade deadline.
Well, and we do just want more information as to how we got here, essentially, is the point, right?
But you won't even get out in front and answer questions for people.
Yeah, and I mean, as far as we know, we're not going to have Andrew Barrett at any point this week, I would imagine, after this deadline passes.
No, he's hiding somewhere, staring at a computer screen.
Yeah.
Reading whatever Paul DePodesta is sending him.
A guy in Paul DePodesta that we don't even really know what he does.
But being a Browns fan, God bless you folks. I mean that sincerely. Franchise gives you nothing, and you keep coming back for more and more and more, and they take it for granted. They really do by what they put on the field, because when they came with 4 quarterbacks, right? And we all thought it was ludicrous that they were doing a 4-man quarterback competition. Was really a 3, maybe even a 2.5-man quarterback competition, right? Now, the veterans are gone. You're going with 2 kids. What real chance do you have to win? And this is, I've been critical of Dylan, and this is no shade, but this is no shade at Shador. But what chance do you have to win throwing out a 3rd-round pick and a 5th-round pick?
Well, but I think that's why, when Jason says he doesn't think anything's going to change when you just change the play calling, I think that's why. It's because when you have the lack of talent that's on this team right now, it's really hard to then make the assumption that something like play calling is going to be the magic trick. You know, but it would take a really, really bad job by Stefanski in order to go ahead and actually see some dividends being paid off. And right now, people are mad enough with Stefanski that maybe we do see some of those dividends get paid off. Let's continue on with this. 216-474 below 92. We got a Tom Brady story we got to get to as well. Ton to get into. The lead at 5. Albert Breer at 5:20. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
92.3 The Fan. 2020 Sports.
2020 Sports brought to you by Peter & Company Jewelers in Avon Lake, where Cleveland goes to get engaged. The NFL trade deadline has come and gone. The Browns made a move sending defensive end Joe
qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Albert Breer coming your way at 5:20. We've reacted all day long to the NFL trade deadline coming and going and everything that happened with the Jets. It's Jonathan Peterlin and Daryl Ryder with you guys here on The Fan. Have you seen what's happened with Tom Brady?
I heard a rumor that...
Oh, I'm setting this up like a late-night talk show host. Have you seen what's going on with Tom Brady? All right, what was the rumor that you heard?
Well, I heard a rumor that nearly knocked me out of my chair.
You're not a dog guy, though. Do I have that right?
Wrong.
Or maybe you are a dog guy, you just don't own a dog.
I don't own a dog. I mooch off all my friends who have dogs.
And then I like that I'm talking to you because I've had dogs my whole entire life, but I don't have a dog. And so Nick always thinks I'm anti-dog because I don't own a dog.
Yeah, see, I love dogs.
It's a wrong assumption. I love dogs.
I just I'm not going to get a dog until I know that I can take care of it. Like, if they get sick, I can afford the bills. That's
just smart to me.
I want to be, if I'm going to have my own pup, I want to make sure I can take care of.
Oh, you'd have a great time with a dog, I feel like.
Oh, you don't understand. So my former neighbor had 2 chocolate labs. Loved them dearly. They'd come into my backyard, they'd play and just have a good old time. And then I'd send them home next door. And it was fantastic. My new building now, I've got 2 neighbors that got a couple of puppies.
Okay.
Which is great. And get to pet them almost every day. It's great. I love dogs.
The petting motion was for our YouTube watchers there. That wasn't
really meant to be a petting motion.
I don't know what that really was. But it was funny to me. So Tom Brady says his dog is a clone.
I'm doing something else that YouTube hopefully can't see.
Yeah, he didn't even do it. It's okay. Listen, if you want to do it, you're more than welcome to. It's okay.
Yeah, no. But I don't need any meetings on a Tuesday.
Tom Brady says his dog is a clone of the family's previous pet.
What are we doing?
Well, so I was thinking about that, and Jake, I thought, made a good point off the air. Jake's like, if you have a young child and the young child's used to the dog, instead of saying, hey, like the dog now lives at the farm, you just clone a dog, and then you have that dog back again. That's not the worst thing in the world, is it?
Yeah, I
think it's weird. I want to put this on the front of it. I do think it's weird.
I'm a traditionalist in the sense that, look, I understand. I mean, dogs growing up, and I have friends that have lost pets. And
yeah,
it's like losing a family member. It is. I understand the grief that comes with that, but I'm also like, okay, go to a breeder or a farm, whatever, right? Go to the city shelter or something like that, and find yourself a new best friend there.
Well, and you can get a dog that looks enough like the other dog, right? Like part of the cloning process that I think is misunderstood.
Is, but I'm pretty sure
it's a pit bull mix.
I'm sure that's pretty easy to find.
Sure, with the money that Tom Brady has, he can find another dog that looks like that dog. But this one is identical is the point. But the emotions of the dog won't be the same.
No. It's going to be, the tricks, I don't know, whatever tricks you might teach your dog.
Here's the problem with it.
It's probably going to be different.
Here's the problem with it. It makes it feel almost too transactional. I think that's the rub here. It makes it almost feel like it is, instead of being a pet, which is a loved one and a part of the family, it makes it seem like I can just replace you when you die. I think that's where it's getting a lot of people rubbing the wrong way.
You know what that is? That's the ultimate rich person move, though. Like when you have money that you can just set on fire and that's what you do, stuff like that.
You clone your dogs?
You clone your dogs, right?
Mac, would you be into cloning your dog?
Absolutely not. No way.
This is weird, right? Like the reception on this is that it's weird. This is not normal.
It's very weird. It's very weird. You have shelters you can go to, and again, do you just not want to have the conversation with your child then at that point of hey, I'm sorry that dog passed away, it crossed the Rainbow Bridge, and you move on, and we bought a new puppy. Like, I don't understand the thought process on spending that much money on cloning your dog.
Well, so Brady has investments in this. The Colossal Biosciences, a venture capital-backed biotech startup. He's got money invested in this. That's why he's got no problem with all of this. Tom Brady is not even.
So what? Does he get it for free?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, this is part of the company that he's invested in.
You're missing the big question.
This goes down to TB12. This goes down to all this stuff that he did with Alex Guerrero. Like Tom Brady's a certified weirdo. The more that we just accept that he's just a certified weirdo, I think the better off we're going to be.
You know where this is going, right? He's going to clone himself to become the Raiders franchise quarterback.
That's not happening. I need to just stop that right. That's not happening. But that is an interesting thought. It's not happening.
It was meant to be an interesting thought. But
interesting is just the nice term that I'm coming up with in this moment. But yeah, I can't even entertain that. I can't. If there was sweet chin music, I would do it right now for that comment.
You start with the dog, and that tends to lead to other research. Just saying.
You want to clone Tom Brady?
No, I'm not saying I want to. I'm just saying it wouldn't shock me if he tried that too.
Watch that Tom Brady then stink at football. That Tom Brady is actually the version that never
He'd be
really
drafted
made it.
by the Browns or the Jets.
Wouldn't that be a rewrite of football history? You draft the clone version of Tom Brady and then watch him stink with the Browns and be like, I guess it never was going to work. This is ridiculous. The comments on this are ridiculous, by the way. And I don't know. I don't know that I love this for us in society. I don't know that I think we're taking the right step here. At least we're at dogs and not people at this point.
Yeah.
Would you be open if they had the ability to clone you? Would you be open to, upon your death, then being cloned for your family and your loved ones?
Absolutely not, because no one would care.
What about the voice stuff that they're doing now? You know, have you seen the advances?
AI stuff.
So now they can take pieces and bits of your audio, and if you give enough of a sample, they can actually have it where you can have conversations with people, and like they would answer in the way that your past loved one would answer.
Well, there have been actual lawsuits in Hollywood because deceased actors and actresses' previous performances have been uploaded to artificial intelligence.
I've seen this with stand-up comedians.
Right, and they are replicating their performances and new scripts and stuff like that, and it's like that's a whole nother path.
We're getting a little too in the future for me.
Well, but
that's what this is. We're a little too in what I always thought maybe, like, I don't know, 2125 would look like instead of 2025.
But this is where we're at today.
Oh, I mean, well, we're cloning one day. We're going to live to be 175 the next day. We got to make these advances if we're all going to live forever, Daryl.
I just want to remind people, Skynet and the machines win. I'm reminding people.
I didn't know you were a dog guy. I like you being a dog guy.
I am a big-time dog guy.
That's good. What's your favorite dog?
Labrador.
Yeah, you're a lab guy?
I'm a lab guy. I love golden retrievers as well, and German shepherds.
Mac's a golden retriever. That's what we like about you, Mac. You're the station's golden retriever.
I'll take the golden retriever energy.
Yeah.
He's got the locks for it.
He's got something for it. All right, Albert Breer going to join us at 5:20. Albert, a big Tom Brady guy, a big Patriots guy. I don't think we're going to ask him
Should I ask him if Tom Brady will now try and clone himself?
You ask him if you think it's weird that Tom Brady is cloning dogs, okay? And then
wait a minute, why do I have to ask the question?
I don't think I with good conscience can ask him that, but maybe I will.
What makes you think I can do that?
It was born for you, Daryl. This question was born for you to Albert to see if he'll admit that Tom Brady's just become a weirdo. Tom Brady's just become he's become the worst combination of goat, Meeks, also just really, really rich and a lot of time and wants to just do things nobody else has done before. It's a bad combination. He is veering towards supervillain category, and I don't know what to make of it.
If he continues to buy shares in the Raiders and eventually becomes a majority owner, he's going to fit in well.
Only
with the
thing
rest
that's
of the
keeping
NFL.
him grounded is that the Raiders still stink, okay?
Yes.
If the Raiders were awesome, we might be a whole nother level of Tom Brady that I don't even want to deal with. The lead coming your way next, Albert Breer at 5:20 with the latest breakdown on the Browns and what happened today at the deadline with a lack of moves. It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
nothing when it was really based on nothing. There's nothing to suggest that A, he's going to be terrible, or B, he's going to be great. We don't have any data. It's all just guesswork. It's all just opinions, and opinions are like noses and buttholes. Everybody has them.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Albert Breer coming your way in 20 minutes. Now it's time for The Lead as the NFL trade deadline headlined by the Jets acquiring a total of 3 first-round picks by trading away Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams. Here was our initial reaction to the news when it broke at the start of our show. In many ways, they are executing what people have asked the Browns to do in recent years. Browns fans have asked them, trade Myles Garrett, get a bunch of picks. Trade Denzel Ward, get a bunch of picks. Trade some of the valuable players on the defense and ensure that you get the best quarterback out of the draft. The Jets are taking that route right now. Meanwhile, the Browns, likely heading into a win on Sunday, are going to fall further back as far as the draft position is concerned. Now, Daryl, that doesn't mean necessarily that they're going to load up and get the quarterback in 2026 if they have 3 first-round picks in 2027. If anything, it actually gives them the leeway to be able to do what the Browns pulled off the first go-around, where you drafted Myles Garrett because he was an obvious Hall of Famer, and you took him number 1 overall, and then you went Baker Mayfield in the second draft. But it gives them a little bit more flexibility when it comes to what they want to do and what moves in the chessboard they want to make.
Spoiler alert, Browns stood pat. Shelby Harris, still a Brown. David Njoku, still a Brown. Wyatt Teller, still a Brown. Everyone else on the team, except for JTS, still a Brown.
Yeah, really a lot of players kind of just didn't. There was not a lot of movement outside of the Jets. If you were involved with the Jets deal, then it was blockbusters and it was a big deal. But outside of that, not too many other moves that were made across the NFL. And that's
I would say
right.
Headline moves. There were moves, but it just not like what the Jets did. I mean, that was.
Well, yeah. I mean,
as fire sales go, I'm going to give them I'm going to give that a 5-alarm fire sale.
Well, but they didn't go the full distance. You know, again,
much
the
to the
K
chagrin
report,
of offensive players on that team.
Well, the Mary Kay report saying the Browns may have called up about Garrett Wilson. Well, okay. I mean, if they may have called up, you couldn't get everything from the Jets. They almost hedged it in some ways, where they kept Breece Hall, they kept Garrett Wilson, but then they were obviously willing to part with a lot of ways on the defensive side of the ball, which for Aaron Glenn, a defensive mind, it's interesting that they are just kind of moving away from the idea that you can dominate with a defense and are moving towards the idea that you still have to have a very good offense while loading up different picks in the process. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out for the Jets, but they're very well positioned for the 2026 draft and extremely well positioned for the 2027 draft. That'll have Arch Manning more likely than not. That'll have Julian Sayin more likely than not, and we'll have a lot of really key pieces and good parts, at least as it looks as of right now, Daryl.
Jets got the memo. Defense only gets you so far in the NFL. Maybe the Browns will receive that one sometime in the near future as well.
Magic 8-ball reads, not likely.
Jason Lloyd of The Athletic joined the Morning Boys today, talked about what could be happening behind the scenes with the Browns and Shador Sanders.
There's going to be a 30 for 30 on this Shador season with the Browns. There's obviously a lot going on behind the scenes. I think that's pretty evident. I don't think you have to be a crack reporter to figure that out. I do think a play, he kept around this long.
That's not an answer. Come on. What do you think he's going to do?
I don't know, December. There's just a lot of noise. And that's part of the Shador experience. There's just a lot of noise all the time.
Yeah, you don't have to be a crack reporter to see that some weird things are happening around this Shador situation. And as far as the 30 for 30 is concerned, Daryl, I mean, I don't even know that I'm that interested right now in a 30 for 30 with Shador.
No. I watched the Johnny Manziel thing on Netflix that kind of conveniently left out Ray Farmer and Mike Pettin, who were central to that whole story.
I think that might be part of it, though, is that if in real time I can see where some of the 3-card money is being played and the maneuvering of the storylines is being played.
But Shador has his own film crew, doesn't he?
Yeah, but that's not 30 for 30.
Okay.
If Shador puts out his own film crude version of this, I'm watching with popcorn and I'm ready.
Okay.
The problem I would have with a 30 for 30 or any presentation by someone that isn't Shador's camp is I feel like it would go the same way all of these conversations have gone with Shador, where it's people just misleading, telling half-truths, telling false equivalencies, and pretending as if it's all 100% authentic and right. And it's the part that makes me so bothered in the entire Shador conversation to begin with anyway, is that I feel like I'm getting gaslit 24/7 about about the realities of the situation. And so I feel like in a 30 for 30 documentation on this, it would conveniently leave out any positive Mel Kiper clips leading up to the draft and would only talk about the ones where people are like, yeah, I don't know that he is a first-round talent. I don't know that he's a second-round talent. I don't know that he's a third-round talent. And it would just rewrite history in a way that I don't really feel like watching.
Yeah, because he was really pumped up as being a top 5 pick.
Yes, and that was accurate. Like the conversation around Shador Sanders was, will he be the number 1 quarterback off the board? But I'm worried that the conversation years from now will shift to, well, he was always going to be a third-round pick, and that's just not accurate to the conversation anyone was realistically having. Draft night and what happened on draft night was a surprise to a lot of people.
Well, listen, if you're looking for the documentary, just follow Shador's film crew on X.
You think I don't, Daryl? I'll read the next one. Mary Kay Cabot.
I was going to say, pretty sure that one was you.
I'm so used to reading the second one. I read 2 and 4 typically, not 1, 3, and 5. That's my mistake. Hand up, I'll be better. Anyway, he was on with Baskin and Phelps today. Mary Kay Cabot, she was on today. She broke down Dillon Gabriel's runway as the Browns starter and the team's comfort with Shador Sanders.
It should be easier for Dillon Gabriel to have some success against teams that are not as fearsome as some of the ones they've played so far, although the Ravens seem to have gotten their act together, and we'll have to see. I mean, I don't think that the Browns necessarily want to be in a position where they're having to start Shador Sanders for 7 games. What if it doesn't work out? Then where do you go from there? So I think they want to give Dillon a longer on-ramp, but he's got to, prove that he deserves it as well.
See, for me, the last line that Mary Kay said right there might be the most important. And that's where she said, proves he deserves it.
But he's got to prove it.
That's what sticks out to me. All the social media conspiracy theories of how the Browns are deliberately sabotaging his career. And by the way, I'm saying this tongue-in-cheek. I'm not being the least bit serious about it because I think it's absurd, but this is what people feel and think, and I get it. We're all entitled to our opinions. I don't want to let facts get in the way of a good story, but my impression is they want to make sure when they do put this kid out there, because he is who he is, they don't want to be the team that is accused of sabotaging or destroying this kid's career before it even begins.
It's a little late for that.
And they want to make sure that they put him in a position to succeed. So I am of the, while I would love to see him instead of Dillon Gabriel as soon as possible, I also respect them taking their time with him, because time and time again, they did it with Dillon. They rush these young quarterbacks, and not only is the situation on the field not ready for them, they ultimately aren't ready for the moment. So, personally, yes, I want to see Shador as soon as possible. Get Dillon Gabriel off the field. But also at the same time, I don't want to see Shador put in a position, and even Dillon, to be fair to him, he's not been in some respects with the supporting cast in a position to succeed, but I don't want Shador thrown into a same situation where you're just throwing the kid to the wolves and he's left to basically drown.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting part about this, and a subplot of all of this is that in Dillon, quote-unquote, winning that job to begin with, he did get thrown to the wolves in many aspects, and he did get thrown in there in Week 5 in a spot that many people didn't think that he was ready for, and so... I mean, Shador's camp cannot be envious of that spot. Yes, he's gotten the NFL opportunity that Shador believes he would thrive in, and I think he would as well, but it's not an envious spot that Dillon Gabriel got put into. There's no part of me that thinks that he won some sort of magical competition of being thrown to your first NFL start in London.
And then you come home and go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it was not the greatest of launching points for him.
No. Former Browns offensive lineman John Greco, love John, always insightful. He was also on with the morning show, talked about Kevin Stefanski giving Tommy Rees the play calling duties and how it could impact the locker room.
First of all, it's never the result of a good thing. There's a reason why they're doing it. It's desperation. It's something that's going haywire. It's an attempt to right the ship and turn things around, and that's where they're at. And we don't know whose decision that was. I was a little surprised, but obviously something needed done. But yeah, when you're in those rooms and that happens, you're just kind of like, oh God, the obvious is becoming a reality, and you have kind of a heightened sense of awareness, like, okay, this is the next attempt that before people start getting fired or a bigger change has happened.
I didn't know if John was talking to you at any point in the past 24 hours, because that's the same term that you used yesterday on with us on Afternoon Drive when you said it was desperate.
Yeah, it's what it felt like to me, that Kevin was trying something, anything, to try and make something work. And to my earlier point in the show I was trying to make when I brought up the whole PSL thing, like, this is what the Browns gave you. Okay, our offense stinks, and we're not going to do anything to make it better on the field, so we're just going to change play callers to make it look to you like we're actually trying to do something.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what I feel like it is. Last year, when he turned it over to Ken Dorsey, well, I'm of the belief that Kevin Stefanski didn't exactly want to fire Alex Van Pelt and bring in Ken Dorsey, but they did it, and he said, fine, I did what you wanted me to do. This is what we had. Fine, Ken can handle it. I'm washing my hands of it. I'm absolving myself. It'll be what it'll be, and it ended up being a disaster when Ken Dorsey took over. I don't feel like this is the same situation here. I don't think that this is a move where, Kevin's doing it to wash his hands of any responsibility. I think this is hey, listen, I've done all I can do. Let's maybe get a little different voice in the room. A guy that most recently has dealt with quarterbacks like Dillon Gabriel and Shador Sanders, and maybe he can talk to them a little better than I can.
According to Shams, Darius Garland will make his season debut as soon as tomorrow night against the 76ers. Kenny Atkinson asked about Garland's status today at Cavs shoot-around.
I don't want to get ahead of myself. I just keep it as really close. It's kind of done to build up in terms of, us building up 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 4-on-4, 5-on-5. We just need the green light. Does that make sense? And then once you get the green light, we're going to have to feel this out, right? Like with this injury, we'll have to feel it out. It's not going to be like he's going to play 12 minutes, right? Like, we feel good about his conditioning where he is. Like, if he does play, is it going to be 32? No, I think it'll be a decent amount of minutes.
Well, I mean, look, the Cavs are going to be careful with this. Obviously, Darius Garland, a little ahead of the timeline here, was projected maybe not be ready for a few more weeks as training camp was approaching. And that was an optimistic estimate. The fact that he could debut tomorrow night is fantastic. They could certainly use the boost. They're a little beat up right now. And they've always been responsible as an organization when it comes to not overloading a player coming off an injury too quickly. And I think he's got the right. I'm not going to put him on the floor for 12 minutes, but I'm also not putting him out there for 34, 35, 36. So it's probably going to be, maybe around 20 minutes, a little over 20 minutes, and I think that that's perfectly fine. You ease him into it. I just hope that Darius now holds up, because it's unfortunate. He's dealt with so many injuries in his career.
It's not talked about enough how many injuries he's gone throughout his career. He had, going back even from his high school days, he has always constantly been injured with something, and it's just something the Cavs have to keep an eye on, and that is the lead. Albert Breer with the latest on the Browns play calling and the NFL deadline and a lack of moves from your Browns. He'll join us next right here on Afternoon Drive.
The Fan Bud Light Tailgate is back. 6 hours of game day coverage. Nick Bodone and Jake Volnick get your game day started at 7 a.m. Jonathan Peterlin and Coach Lance Risley take over at 10 a.m.
Plus, beat reporter Daryl Ryder will have updates up until kickoff.
The Fan Bud Light Tailgate Show is powered by the Valley Automotive Group.
Smiley 1.
this season while he's been recovering from off-season surgery on his toe. Coming up next on Afternoon Drive, Albert Breer from Monday Morning Quarterback joins Jonathan and Daryl. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back out of here on The Fan. It is Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys. We'll be joined by Albert Breer coming up momentarily after a very, very busy day. By the way, side note to everything that happened with the trade deadline, the Cardinals are naming Jacoby Brissett their starting quarterback after last night's appearance. So maybe they've understood that the Kyler Murray experiment has maybe gone just a little bit too far. But that's a lot of contracts and a lot of years into that. For more on this, for more on the trade deadline, we go out to the Fan hotline. MMQB.com's Albert Breer joining us here on the Fan. Albert, thanks for joining us. How you doing today?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
We're good. We're just trying to unpack basically everything, as it seems like the Jets are trying to load up for not only this draft class, but also the 2027 draft class. We'll start there. What'd you make of the Jets and all these moves that they were able to pull off today with Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner going other places?
Well, I think what's interesting about it, guys, is that they had, I mean, to me, the whole thing was kind of how they view their own team more than anything else. And you know, there was a train of thought, and one that I would subscribe to, that team was not that far away from being a contender. And like you look at the young players they brought in there over the course of the last 4 or 5 years, it at least looked to a lot of people like you wouldn't have to go through a full-on rebuild. And you know, I think those guys got figured out that some things might be a little worse than they expected, and figured that this might take a little bit more time than expected. And look, like, they didn't initiate on Sauce Gardner, but, you know, when you start to think about trading a Jermaine Johnson or trading a Quincy Williams or any of the number of players that they had, you know, put on a block, if you're already into that train of thought and then all of a sudden somebody comes and starts talking in the terms that the Colts were talking on Sauce Gardner, you're going to owe it to yourself to listen. You know, with the two trades, I think we're talking about a different dynamic, a different timeline for the Jets. And, you know, I think it was, as much as anything else, like, we're not that close right now. And so they put themselves in a position where they'll have, you know, 2 picks in the first round, 2 picks in the second round in April. And then a year from now, they'll have 3 first-round picks, which is a good place to be, especially when you take a good hard look at what's going to be in the 27 draft class.
Albert, when the Browns traded down last April from 2 to 5 and got Jacksonville's first-round pick for 2026, similar thought. Hey, the Browns positioning themselves to be able to go get the top or one of the top quarterbacks in the upcoming class. The Jets clearly blowing by the Browns when it comes to first-round pick assets. What impact, though, do you think the Jets' acquisitions today of those picks, what type of an impact do you think that has on the Browns, their hopes, their plans for not only next April's draft, but maybe their thought process going into 2027? Like, to put more pressure on Andrew Berry to now have to acquire additional assets when maybe they felt they had enough?
Oh, yeah, there are a bunch of teams now that have, you know, multiple first-round picks in 2026. And I think, you know, what the value of the Browns pick and the Jacksonville pick that they acquired and the value of the Jets pick and then the pick that they acquired from Indianapolis is going to be determined by where the Colts and Jaguars finish in the standings. And right now, I mean, I think it's fair to say, like, it seems as if the pick the Browns have, the second pick the Browns have, is going to be more valuable than the one the Jets have. But we'll see how all that plays out. You know, as you know, Daryl, like, it's, you know, you get, you know, what might be in November isn't necessarily going to be what it is in January. And we won't know till January whether or not the Colts pick is the 18th pick or the 28th pick. You know, we won't know whether the Jaguars pick is the 15th pick or the 25th pick. Like, that'll really determine the value of it. But it definitely puts, you know, more teams in play. And look, like, I don't think we really know right now whether or not there's going to be a quarterback or two that everybody deems to have that level of value either, So I think that's the other part that needs to play out. Where's the league after all this on Garrett Nussmeier? Where's the league on Lenoris Sellers? Where's the league on, a couple of the guys who emerged this fall, like Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore? Like, I just don't know the answer to that yet. There's a lot of moving parts, so when you're dealing for picks at this time of year, you're really talking more conceptually than you are, with a whole lot of concrete information on what you're going to be dealing with.
Albert, we had talked a couple weeks ago, I think, when you first brought up a potential Myles Garrett deal and why you would make that move at this time and everything associated with it. I'm sure you heard a lot of rumors and a lot of people came to you with stuff then associated with that. What did you hear leading up to the draft in regards to potential Myles deals and why it ended up not happening?
Well, I don't think they wanted to pull the plug on this season. You know what I mean? And so they were listening, for example, on David Njoku. Obviously, Joe Tryon gets traded. I just think that there were some moving parts here where, you want to evaluate the rest of your roster and, it gives you the best opportunity to do that is to have the best players you can out there on the field, and so they want to get an evaluation of the young quarterback, which is why they weren't going to just give David Njoku away. I think that they want to look at some of the young defensive players, and it's easier to do that when you've got, Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward and now Tyson Campbell out there, So we'll see what their evaluations are on those things. I would argue again that even if it's a little nuance, the fact that Myles will be 30 after the season, he's 29 now, could have a psychological effect on the way other teams feel him too and what he's worth, and then there's the injury risk. So I think if you traded him now based on what some of these other guys went for, I don't think it's out of line to say maybe they could have gotten 3 first-round picks. We'll see if the value is the same if they decide to trade him after the year. That's obviously, there's a lot of those things that I don't think they could give you a solid answer to quite yet.
You mentioned Njoku. I think it's interesting. I was thinking about Kraft's injury in Green Bay, and I was wondering if maybe they would be a team that would be interested. You said they listened, but ultimately they felt like it was too important for the offense. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think it was I think as much as anything, I think there were a couple of pieces to this. Number one, it was they weren't going to give him away. And number two, they do want to get a clean read on their rookie quarterbacks before they come up with a plan for what they're going to do at that position in 2026. And then, I think they also took David Njoku's feelings into account on it too. So I think out of respect to him, they weren't going to just deal him to anyone. So I think all of those things can come into play in a situation like this. I don't think it was one thing, but this certainly wasn't oh yeah, we're going to have a fire sale and we're going to put a for sale sign around David Njoku's neck. That's just not that's not the place he has in the franchise. You know what I mean? He's been a really valuable piece and is well liked and respected. So they were going to treat him as such if they were going to explore trading him.
A couple other names that were on the rumor mill, speculated that the Browns might consider trading Shelby Harris, the veteran defensive tackle, Jerome Ford, the running back. We talked to Wyatt Teller in the locker room yesterday, and he, basically made his case not to be traded and how he wanted to retire at Cleveland Brown, even though his contract expires at the end of the season. Was there much of a market for those guys, Albert, and how much do you think that drove the decision-making process by Andrew Berry to basically stand pat here at the deadline, minus the trade with the Bears?
Well, they always have. I will say there's always going to be there's always going to be a market for offensive linemen. The trouble with that is, that can really mess up your operation, dealing those guys away. Because, league-wide, there just aren't enough of them. And if you're trading away, this isn't like Madden. You know what I mean? If you're trading away a good offensive lineman and you make yourself worse at that position, and then say you have another injury, you could be putting yourself in a really difficult spot where it's tough to function or get a read on any of your other players. And again, I think if the Browns aren't there already, they're close to the point where it's like almost evaluation time. You know what I mean? Like, all right, like how do we view these guys? How are we going to go forward with these guys? Who do we keep? Who do we explore extensions with? Who are we moving on from? Like, that's a big part of the rest of their season. So, offensive linemen in general, I would say, I mean, I was surprised even to see Trevor Penning move, you know, just because, and that's with a team that's 1-8, you know, so I just think, like, there's just too few of those guys to go around, and it's too hard to run a competent operation without, like, a passable group up front.
How do you feel? You mentioned the Jets and their honest evaluation of where their team is and leading to what they did today. What do you think the Browns' evaluation, Andrew Berry's view of the state of the Browns is coming out of this bye week? And where they're at, I should say.
I think like the evaluation, I think they told you what the evaluation is when they traded the pick that would become Travis Hunter, right? Like, I think that was the result of a lot of looking in the mirror and, you know, like saying to yourself, okay, like, are we close enough? Are we a player away when Jacksonville came and offered what they did? Or does the roster need an infusion of young talent? I think what you saw, Daryl, over the last couple of years is like that core that they went to the playoffs with in 20 and 23 was starting to age out. Some of those guys started to get hurt. And, like, as good as that group was, like, even the ones that are still around, like even your Wards and your Garretts and your Batonios and your Tellers, those guys are, I mean, closer to the end than they are to the start, right? Like, so the question becomes, like, where's the next core for the team, right? And who's going to be stepping up when those guys, like, maybe lose a step or whatever? Who's going to step up and become the cornerstones of the roster? And because they had traded away 3 first-round picks to get Deshaun Watson, you didn't have a lot of guys that would fall into that category. So they needed more young players in general. They knew it. They traded the second pick. They started that process, and it's off to a pretty good start despite the record with, you know, what they've been able to get out of their rookie class. And they'll be able to go back and do that again in the spring. I mean, if anything, I would say, like, that evaluation would have pushed you to go and get some more picks at the trade deadline. I'm just not sure that there was like some sort of overwhelming interest in the players that they had. I mean, I think like if you look at their roster versus the Jets, when you're talking about young talent, like the Jets had more to sell than the Browns did.
Albert Breer joining us on the Fan Hotline. Albert, something isn't adding up with the Shador Sanders back injury and the discourse around it. It's odd. Sunday after the game, he says that it wasn't his call in order to not be the backup quarterback, and then he goes the whole week, and then you have yesterday pops up and he's not practicing, and it feels like something isn't adding up here, Albert.
Yeah, it wouldn't be Tuesday at 5:20 if you didn't ask a Shador question. It's probably a clip that ends up on the internet, right?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, there are moving parts to all these things. I hate speculating on injuries. You know what I mean? Like, it's, again, like, you know, I mean, the J.J. McCarthy thing, like that was like, oh, well, what does this all mean? Like, sometimes it just is what it is on the surface, and, you know, back injuries can be moving targets. Those are like hamstrings, or like, you know, I mentioned JJ, the high ankle sprain. Like, those are injuries that are tricky because they can become chronic, they can recur, they can get worse. I mean, we see it with Joe Alt, right? Like what happens when you push something sometimes. So like I hate to speculate on that. Like I'll repeat what I said before. Like, I think as far as like when he gets in the lineup, that's up to Shador. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's up to them feeling like, again, they can get like a clean read and a clean evaluation on the other 10 guys in the huddle while he's in there and playing quarterback, you know? And I think he's taking steps in that direction. Like, how far is he off? I'm not sure, you know? But like, I would think if he progresses to the point where he's ready, they will want to get, and I feel comfortable saying that now based on where they are. Like, if he's ready, you will see him. Like, in that, I think it will get to the point where he doesn't necessarily need to be better than Dylan Gabriel in practice. It's just got to get to the point where, he's just got to show he's ready to run the offense, And when they get there, I think he will get his shot. I can't tell you if that's going to be in week 12. I can't tell you if that's going to be in week 14. I'm just not sure what the answer to that question is right now.
You bring up running the offense. Kevin Stefanski, second straight year. He is giving up play calling. Tommy Rees, come on down. He'll call plays starting this Sunday in New York against the Jets. What type of impact do you think that's going to have, if any, on what has been one of the worst offenses in the NFL this season?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, it's been one of the worst offenses I've seen the last few years in the NFL, right? This isn't, it's just, I mean, it looks like in certain ways they're having trouble, they're just having trouble running what's called, you know what I mean? And so I think what this can do, it takes a little bit off of Kevin. It allows him to take a little bit more of a global view of things. And it gives Tommy a shot to show what he's got. And, maybe be a little bit more creative in some of the things that they're going to do. Maybe put in some more college elements, which is his background. Run some of the stuff that maybe has been melded into Kevin's offense over the last couple of years. And throw a little bit something different at the defense. I think it also, in a season like this, can help rejuvenate the players a little bit. We're going to be able to do some new stuff here. We're going to be creative in certain ways maybe we weren't before. And not to say Kevin's not creative, but maybe it gives you the opportunity to do some things Tommy likes, So in a season like this one, I don't think it's a horrible thing. And, we'll see where it leads the Browns.
You can admit, though, it is odd, Albert, the idea that he gives up the play calling in back-to-back seasons, and it's a thing that he obviously thinks he's great at and cares the most about.
And it's obviously you're obviously not doing that if things are going well, right? So I'm not here to knock down any of that logic. All that logic is 100% valid. And if this was going the way that they hoped it would, the way they thought it would, then you wouldn't be doing this. But we are where we are.
All right, Albert. Daryl says I wouldn't ask you about Tom Brady cloning his dog, so I have to ask you something about cloning dogs.
You know what? I like Tom personally. Was anybody else creeped out by that?
It's weird. Yes, it's weird, Albert.
I mean, I can't. Can you imagine somebody I'd be afraid the thing was going to all of a sudden take over my house. It's like a robot taking over scenario, right?
It's a little pit bull.
Before you know it, you work for him. You know what I mean?
Well, Albert, I joked that the next step for Tom is he's going to try and clone himself to be the next franchise quarterback of the Raiders.
What do you think? This is like patient zero here?
Yeah, this is the gateway right here. You start with the dog and you move to the human.
We don't know how far Tom's going to go. We thought Alex Guerrero was the stopping line. I guess not.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so is the dog already trained? I have so many questions. Is the dog already trained, housebroken?
I don't think so. I think the dog carries none of the previous dog's emotions or anything like that. It just looks exactly like the other dog, which would make you wonder, why didn't you just buy the same breed that you used to own?
Right. I don't know why that's not a problem. Why that's a problem. We got a second dog recently, so we had an Aussie, so we got another Aussie, which they're great. They're very loud. They're kind of annoyingly smart, so. But I didn't need that. The second one, whose name's Archie, by the way, for everybody out there. I know people in Ohio will love that.
Nice.
He doesn't look anything like Gunner, our older one. So what would even be the appeal of I don't you losing your dog's traumatic. You know what I mean? Do you really? It's just weird all the way around.
He just continues to be weirder and weirder. And Tom, I'm with you. I like Tom Brady. I think Tom Brady, he used to be cool. I don't know what to make of it now, Albert.
I mean, is this are we going Tom Cruise here or something, you think?
Might be. Yeah, he might be trending towards that. It's just, it's a little bit out there. All right, Albert, we appreciate your time as always. We'll catch up with you next week. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, good stuff right there. Albert Breer, mmqb.com.
You got him to say weird.
I don't know any other way to put it. That's a Tom Brady defender. And
that's
Albert,
a win for you.
He loves Tom Brady. Tom Brady is such an important figure in his life, and it's you can't deny it. This version of Tom Brady is he's He's gone off the deep end of the pool.
He's weird.
He's just a weird dude now at this point. He's very rich and very weird, which happens in life, I guess, sometimes. All right, we're at to some of what he had to say about the play calling, and in particular, what value does Stefanski bring to the Browns now without the play calling duties? It's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Like, I'll be honest, it's been like one of the worst offenses I've seen the last few years in the NFL, right? They're just having trouble running what's called, you know what I mean? Like, and so I think what this can do, it takes a little bit off of Kevin. It allows him to take a little bit more of a global view of things, and it gives Tommy a shot to show what he's got, and maybe be a little bit more creative in some of the things that they're going to do. Maybe put in some more like college elements, which is his background. Blend some of the stuff that maybe has been melded into Kevin's offense over the last couple of years, and throw a little bit something different at the defense. I think it also, like in a season like this, can like help like rejuvenate the players a little bit. Like, okay, like we're gonna be able to do some new stuff here. We're gonna be creative in certain ways maybe we weren't before.
That was Albert Breer on with us moments ago, and that was something that I think about how damning that is, Daryl. One of the worst offenses he's seen in years in the NFL. Didn't just call it the worst offense this season. Worst offenses he's seen in years in the NFL.
What have I been telling you guys?
Listen, the numbers are the numbers, and obviously our eyes are telling us the same story that you've been telling us and that Albert is hinting at right there. But to me, it's startling, not because of the idea that this is one of the worst offenses we've seen in years. That part's not the surprise. It's just that felt like, to me, Daryl, the first time I've heard Albert really kind of go after a Stefanski offense. I mean, we have Albert on week in, week out, and he's fantastic. I think he's very, very good at what he does. He has been very supportive of Kevin Stefanski throughout this Stefanski stretch. And, that's to call it one of the worst offenses the NFL's had in years. That is a far reach from being supportive about Stefanski. That is going to the complete other direction. All right, you got the stat pad out now. He's been waiting for this. Like the rant on PSLs. He's been waiting for this. Go ahead.
31st in yards per game, 32nd yards per play, 28th rushing yards per game, 30th yards per attempt, 29th passing yards per game, 32nd passing yards per play.
Yeah.
First downs per game, 31st. Third down efficiency, 30th.
Not good.
Points per game, 30th. Listen, I have been saying that this offense is as bad as the 2000, 1999, and 2011. This is the fourth worst offense I've watched. Believe me, I've watched a lot of awful Browns football over the decades.
You didn't have a 2016 or 2017 in there.
No, because at least those teams could score 20 points in a game.
Did they get to 20 a game?
Yeah, they got. They didn't average that, but they got. No. They could get to 20 in a game.
Oh, you mean just like once? Bad. You mean like just once they could get to 20 a game?
Yeah, but
okay.
It is the
2017 team was last in points per game in that season. 2016 was 31st, so they were second to last. Last year's team finished dead last in points per game too. We've had some real stinkers offensively, and that's kind of what makes this interesting, though. But not really from the where does this rank in Browns history as far as all time bad.
Find that checkbook for them PSLs.
It's more the idea that Albert seems as if he's not jumping off the Kevin Stefanski train, and he's not. If he was selling his Stefanski stock, that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying, though, is
he's acknowledging the obvious.
I haven't heard him be critical of a Stefanski offense in a long time, is the point here. And that was about as critical as it gets. To say that this is one of the worst offenses, again, forget Browns history, in the NFL in the previous few years, and there's nobody that has a good retort back. You don't have a good response back to that, because it's more likely than not it's true. And that's a very dark place for someone like Stefanski that is such an offensive mind and cares about the offensive side of the ball, to have himself in a spot where you have respected national members like Albert calling it for what it is, one of the worst offenses in the NFL. That's brutal.
It is impossible to defend the indefensible. And look, there's a reason why I continuously say Kevin cannot and should not be the scapegoat. Because there's part of me that thinks like he has been set up now to be the fall guy for what is happening.
Oh, is he set up to be the fall guy, or is he just not good at his job?
Could be both.
I feel like
it's hard in the first 4 weeks for me to sit here after watching what Joe Flacco's done in Cincinnati. And granted, I realize Chase Higgins Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, they're not here in Cleveland. I understand the Browns don't have that here.
And 2 other Bengals receivers scored touchdowns that weren't named Jamar Chase and T. Higgins yesterday or Sunday.
The fact that he did not have a competent offense for Joe Flacco, or that the offense didn't look competent with Joe Flacco, and then he goes down to Cincinnati and he's doing that, that's an indictment on both.
Mm-hmm.
Both Kevin Stefanski as well as Andrew Berry.
I'm telling you, something happened with Stefanski in the past couple years. I will never be able to place exactly what it was, but his offenses look drastically different. His creativity is different. He doesn't look like... I said his brain was broke. Something fried his offensive brain. And maybe it's just dealing with 12 different quarterbacks like he's dealt with, that at some point he just decided, I'm going to try to win with one broad way of coaching quarterbacks, and that's what I'll have to do if I keep having this revolving door of quarterbacks, and he never moved off of it. I'm not sure what it was, but treating Joe Flacco...
He had to change his offensive coordinator.
Treating Joe Flacco the same as Dylan Gabriel is not the answer. That's not the answer. I don't know, and maybe this is Alex Van Pelt just leaving as well. Maybe Van Pelt was the secret sauce the entire time, and now him being gone, we watched Dorsey come in here and absolutely stink up the joint, and now we'll see what Tommy Rees can do.
I have had people tell me that Van Pelt was the glue behind the scenes that kept things together.
I've heard that from Albert Breer himself. Albert's the one that on the day that Alex Van Pelt was no longer a member of the Browns, called him that exact term that you're using right there, a glue guy. Yes, that exact term.
Well, that's the term that I was hearing from sources that I was speaking with about that whole turn of events. But there's also things that happen in that building that are out of Kevin's control, that aren't his decision to be made. There are decisions that are forced upon him, like having to fire Alex Van Pelt and hire Ken Dorsey.
Yeah, which was not his call, obviously. He wanted Alex Van Pelt here.
Or trading for Deshaun Watson, which I think if you gave Kevin some truth serum, he probably would have said, yeah, Deshaun's not my prototypical quarterback, even though at the time the belief was he could still be a top 5, top 10 at worst quarterback in the National Football League. That was pre-11-game suspension, back-to-back seasons with injuries.
What changes will we see with this offense? Nobody better to break it down than Coach Riz. He'll join us next. It's Afternoon Drive. Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys right here on The Fan.
o'clock. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Katie Pollock.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Take the Fan with you wherever you go. Listen to us on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, back at it here on The Fan. It is Jonathan Peterlin, Daryl Ryder with you guys as we got one more hour left to go in today's show. Odyssey Rewind. You can check out our interview with Albert Breer at 5:20. We talked a lot about not only Shador Sanders, but the trade deadline as well, and a lot about this Browns team. And then Albert went and called this one of the worst offenses he's seen in the previous 3 years of the NFL. So we have that going for us, which is nice, and something that we'll have to obviously figure out, and something they're going to try to figure out within the play calling, and that now going to Tommy Reese. Let's head out to the Fan Hotline for more on this. Cleveland.com, and also my partner in the pregame shows, Coach Riz, joining us here on the Fan. Coach, how we doing today?
What's going on, guys? I'm doing well. How are you guys tonight?
We're good. We were still trying to figure out exactly what to make of Tom Brady cloning his dog. And I told Daryl, I said, nobody loves impromptu conversations not about football more than you. And so I wanted to know what you... That's kind of what he's known for around these parts, Daryl, the impromptu conversations that aren't about football.
Yeah, it's what I'm really strong at. I'm, as my wife says, those are some things I got to work on, and that's definitely one of them. Get out of robot mode for sure.
All right, well, let's get out of robot mode for a second. All right, I'm gonna have you do a Tom Brady take, so it's semi-football related, and then we'll break down the Browns. Is that a fair deal?
Let's do it.
All right, wait. Do you own any dogs?
I do not. No.
You don't. Okay. Are you a dog person?
But yeah, I've had dogs in my life. I just don't have one right now. Yeah.
Okay, good. Tom Brady says his dog is a clone of a family's previous pet. Is this weird or acceptable?
Oh, that's weird to me. That's a little much, right? I kind of want to, when you have a dog or a pet or anything, you kind of want to remember how they were. That's like, I don't know. That's a little much for me. What's the Pet Cemetery kind of, remember that movie Pet Cemetery? That's kind of what it reminds me of. I'm not into that. He's a little eclectic though, so no, I'm not into that. That's weird to me.
Okay, you did great there, Coach. That was fantastic.
That was better, right? That's better. I'm working on it.
You're fantastic. I need you to never forget that. All right, let's talk about the play calling, and let's talk about what exactly we expect to see differently with the handing off to Tommy Reese. Are you, first off, expecting anything to be different as Stefanski gives up the play calls?
Well, obviously, when Dorsey came in, it was two different minds. These minds are pretty similar. They want balance. They want power run game. There's going to be a lot of gap scheme, a lot of zone scheme. So the schemes are really very similar. I think the two differences you're going to see is one is they're going to force feed Jerry Jeudy, Fannin, Njoku, even Sampson in the slot, whoever they think are their playmakers, they're going to force feed the ball. And that's kind of that college where your best players touch it, which I'm really big on. I've always been players over plays. So I think that's one thing you'll see. And then the other thing that we saw earlier in camp, but we have not seen as much lately because of the struggles, is the movement and the shifts, trying to create a clearer picture or window for a quarterback that's struggling right now. And I think that's what you'll see. And if you see a lot of movement, a lot of motion, a lot of shifts, that's what it's going to be. It's going to try to create a clear picture for Gabriel as compared to, not shifting and moving and allowing the defense to kind of dictate what you're doing.
Yeah, but let me ask you about those shifts, Coach, because when you can't even execute the basics, don't throwing in shifts make it even worse?
Yeah, but I think their operation has been really good. It's been execution, right? And there's two different parts of it. So for me, I think that their operation, like you and I, obviously we were like last year, they could barely get a snap in camp, right? They could barely, it was something last year.
They couldn't even line up. Like it was so bad. And then that translated into the regular season where they just kept getting all these pre-snap penalties for illegal formations. And it was like, well, we saw this all training camp. Granted, we didn't see that during this camp, which obviously was good, but I don't know. I just, I'm asking your perspective though, as a coach who implements schemes. Like, how do shifts complicate things for players who are struggling to execute the basic stuff within an offense?
Well, I think if they're not struggling per se, like getting lined up. They're not struggling with their formations. They're not struggling with who they have to block. They're not struggling with some of those, like who they got on the second level and some of their schemes. It's been execution and over and over, it's been just the ability to execute or getting beat offensively. There's a definite talent gap on the offense right now with the defenses they're playing. So I think it's only going to be beneficial to this team. Now, if it was a team like last year where they struggled just getting lined up, I don't see that in this team. So I'm hoping that the shifts and motions, if they get more to it, will actually help them and create a more clear picture, maybe lighten the box in the run game, maybe create some matchups in the pass game. That's kind of why you do the motions and shifts. And if it was an operation issue, then I would be worried. But for me, watching them, I just think it's an execution issue. They're getting outplayed at most of the positions right now.
Dillon Gabriel out of a bye week. If he doesn't look good, especially after the Sauce Gardner trade away as he goes to Indy, Quinnen Williams ending up in Dallas. If this isn't the week, Coach, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I've said that before. I said that about, team, and they haven't really, you got to go out and play. It's the NFL. These are all elite players. But I will say this. I thought last week Dillon Gabriel played poorly by himself. And, he had some issues the first couple weeks as well, but I thought that was more O-line protection, and he was a part of it as well. But last week I thought he played poorly on his own. So to see what he can do after a bye week, after playing poorly, I think is very important for him, right? And, as I've told a lot of people who are Shador fans as well, you hope they have the same patience with Shador, right? That's what you want to give these guys through the ups and the downs and see what they can do. But yeah, in terms of a game you should win and a game that, you should go out and try to win, this is the game. He's got to play well. This is a very poor secondary, and they got to operate well, and they got to have some tempo and pace. But yeah, if he doesn't play well this week, the things that people say to me, it is what it is. And if he's not playing well, then maybe you have to move on.
Coach, many fans, when you talk about playing well, many fans, they'll just look at the box score. How many passes did he complete? What's the completion percentage, touchdown, interception ratio? How many times was he sacked, got hit, et cetera, right? So for you, when you're watching this, what can Dillon improve on to constitute play well beyond just looking at the box score? Because you're looking at this through a completely different lens than the average fan.
Well, that's a great question. And, the thing that I always say with quarterbacks last week that worried me a little bit about Dillon, and as you know, I'm high on Dillon Gabriel. I was going from the draft. The thing that worried me last week is he wasn't seeing the things. And so, obviously, if you play poorly, like in camp when he had those 4 or 5 bad days, I wasn't too worried about that just because he was going to the right spot. He was just throwing it very poorly. What worried you last week with the, going back to, the interception to Spillane, that worries you because he didn't see Spillane. If Spillane was on the line of scrimmage, then he dropped, his head was to the left. He didn't process that Spillane was dropping, etc. So that, for me, does he take a step up? Does he learn from his mistakes? And hopefully that's what I think the motions and shifts with Tommy Rees will help him with the picture, because it looked a little fast for him last game out, which it did not look. I didn't think the game looked too fast for him, whether he played well or not the first 3 starts. I thought the game looked a little fast for him last week. So hopefully they're going to create a picture that kind of makes that a little bit clearer for him. But for me, it's does he go to the right spot? Because last week he didn't do that very often. He's got to go to the right spot. And then obviously if the accuracy is not what it needs to be, then you address that. But that's the first thing I'm looking for. Does he see what's in front of him? Because last week was the first time he struggled to that.
Coach Riz joining us here on the Fan Hotline. Let me ask you this. I feel like we in the media sometimes make a big deal about play calls and who's calling these plays and the decision attached to who's calling these plays. You've been in it. You've been a head coach. You understand how this stuff works. Like, do we make too big of a deal of it in the media about who's actually calling the plays?
At times, yes, because, right now this offense, I've defended Dillon, I've, defended Shador, but this is, everybody's got their hand in this, right? They're not blocking well, they're not catching well, there's lack of talent, quarterback hasn't played well, there's so many different things. So, but I always felt that coordinators we always get too much credit, right? We always get too much blame. But when you get credit, it's because you have good players. And right now, when you have to manufacture things, and Kevin's more of a system guy than he is a touch guy. So when you say, like last week, Jerry Jeudy only had 2 touches, for me that's unacceptable. Because as a play caller, you got to make sure that your best players touch it, or at least are targeted. So that's not really his strength. So for me, I'm okay with him giving up because that's one of the things Tommy Rees will do. But as a whole, you're only as good as your the players you have. You have to be aligned from general manager. It's like the fan in Njoku kind of thing, right? Why would you not keep both if 12 personnel is what you're going to do? But your general manager has to know that, and your owner has to know that, and things like that. So they have to be aligned, I think, and they're not as aligned as they were. Because as a coordinator, you're only as good as what you know, and you're only as good as your players. So, yeah, when it comes to like the Browns right now, I think the play calling is a little bit overrated just because they don't have players right now that are executing it, regardless of what it is.
The trade deadline is come and gone. David Njoku is still here. So is Wyatt Teller. So is Shelby Harris and various other guys with expiring contracts that we were speculating potentially could be trade targets. What effect could that have? The fact that no major moves were made, and all these guys are going to finish out the season here. Can that help this team and give them a little bit of a shot in the arm? Do you think?
I do, and it's, I think one of the keys, when I looked at all those people, I love David Njoku. I think he's great right after catch, but he's getting to the age where injuries are kind of have caught up with him a little bit. The guy that I thought that I really didn't want to lose at all was Wyatt Teller. I think, all those guys are going to be gone, and Conklin struggled with injury. We don't know about DeJuan Jones, and they got to have a little bit of consistency inside, and I think Wyatt Teller's the key to that, even if they bring in they're going to have to bring in some new guys, obviously, next year. But so that was, if it tells you they're still planning on winning, which I think is important because culture is an often overused word, and the word tank to me is the most disgusting word in sports because if you're tanking, that's what culture is. It's not what you say, it's what you do. So for me, as a coach, I'm thinking of it as in a positive light. We got our players. We have to get these guys to understand, and we have to get these guys to execute better because we've seen some of these guys up front do it. We've seen some of these tight ends do it. They just have not done it at a high level. And that's kind of the challenge moving forward, Daryl. But I think it's a good thing. I really do. I know people like to tank, and I know people, and I understand that view of it as well. But as a coach, I'm thinking, all right, these guys are all back in the building. Let's go try to win some football games.
All right, give me the film breakdown between Joe Flacco with the Browns and Joe Flacco with the Bengals, and how much of that is actually responsible and can be put at the feet of Kevin Stefanski.
Well, I think both of them have their hand in it, right? Because they're, obviously, if you look at, you're throwing to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Now, they also have Chase Brown, who's a great pick. Yoshi Vosh is a great kid out of Princeton who is an Olympic, type speed guy. So they have elite guys to throw to, and it ties into what his skill set is. What his skill set is. It's vertically throwing the ball downfield in matchups with 50-50 balls. That's what Flacco's always been good at. So it has a lot to do with the players around him, but it also has to do with the scheme and the execution and the play calls and maybe trying to protect the defense a little bit more. I was okay with some of the weeks just because I knew they wanted to protect that defense. But I would say it's equal. It's equal Andrew Berry and it's equal Kevin Stefanski because obviously you got to go out and maximize the talents of your quarterback or whoever you're playing. But there's also got to be players to throw it to. And if you look at the one catch by Higgins down the sidelines, he threw that up and he made a great play. And, you throw a lot of hitches to Jamar Chase and he gets 16, 18 yards after run after catch. So there's things that to be said about the Browns don't have any guys that can just win. You don't do anything right and you just win. And that's kind of what the Browns need moving forward. They need guys that nothing has to go right. They're just better. And that's what Jamar Chase is. That's what Higgins is. They're just better than the DBs they're going with and against. And the Browns don't have that right now.
Coach, I feel like I missed you this weekend with the bye week. I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever.
No, I know I was missing it. I'm looking forward to Sunday, but I agree. It feels like the bye week, especially when you're going at it like all of us are going at it. It seems like it was. It seems like it's been a long time since the Browns played.
It really does. All right. Well, hopefully we set ourselves up for a Browns win on Sunday. Obviously, we're doing the pregame together. We start at 10 o'clock. I'll talk to you then, Coach. Enjoy your few days up until then.
Absolutely, guys. Have a good night.
All right. You too. Coach Riz right there, part of Cleveland.com, and obviously part of the pregame show with myself at, again, 10 to 1 right before every game. And Coach is as optimistic as it gets during these pregame shows. And so I would imagine Vegas, by the way, already saying the Browns 2.5-point favorites in this game against the Jets. The line moving with the Quinnen Williams trade and the Sauce Gardner trade, Daryl.
Just 2.5.
It's going to climb. It's going to keep climbing. I promise
Just
you. It's
2.5?
It's going to keep climbing. And by the time we get to kickoff, we might be at, I don't know, we might be 4 or 5 point favorites, which, by the way, when they opened up the schedule, the Browns were not a single favorite in any of the games on the schedule. All 17, we were not a favorite in any of them. And now you see how the season's starting to roll.
Progress. That's what that's called.
It is a proud city. That's right. 216-474 below 92. What's the second sport in the country? We'll tackle that question and more next right here on The Fan.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder, that would be me. Recap each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. So subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now. Get all the latest from yours truly on the Browns throughout the football season.
And Daryl Ryder is brought to you by our friends over there at Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. A couple segments left with you guys. We've done a lot today. Coach Riz, obviously fantastic as always, although a little unfair of me to throw the Tom Brady dog question at him, just because that's not up his alley. I know that's not up his alley, but that's what we're doing on Sundays. We're trying to get more of that out of Coach Riz. Albert Breer joined us at 5:20, and so obviously we've done a lot and we've had a lot of discussions. But Darryl, I wanted to ask you about basically where football stands and where everything else stands. I just saw this come across. The Bills-Chiefs game over the weekend ended up having an across-the-stream average of 35 million viewers, okay?
I was one of the 35 million, by the way.
I was too. I'm sure Mac was one of them as well. I'm sure Katie in the back was one of them. I'm sure Jake was. We all watched it. It's Mahomes versus Allen. But I want to put this in proper context of things, right? 35 million for a Week 9 NFL game. Meanwhile, Game 7, baseball is acting like a Game 7 got the biggest numbers anybody in the world's ever seen, while getting 25 million for the finale of the Blue Jays-Dodgers series. And 25 million is a good number, especially when you put it in perspective of what basketball got for their Game 7 between the Pacers and the Thunder. That got about 16 million or so. So, it's interesting to me how dominant football is and how dominant football maintains itself to be. But then it kind of brought up an interesting discussion about who's number 2 in the country. And Jared Carabas does a lot of work. It used to be at Barstool. Now he does a lot of work in the baseball world. He says, at what point can we say that Major League Baseball has passed the NBA for the number 2 spot of the 4 major sports, or are we already there? Now, there's a couple things that I think are interesting in the discussion about baseball having high ratings for Game 7, Daryl. Toronto does not count in the rating system. So everyone's like, oh, well, basketball had 2 markets that aren't really that big. Oklahoma City, Indianapolis, those aren't the biggest of markets. All right, well, guess what? Baseball did it with Los Angeles and then a market that doesn't even count for the ratings, okay? The 25 million number is a massive number. The problem in why baseball will never be perceived as a clear-cut number 2 in the national discourse is pretty simple to me, Daryl. It's not talked about in the national level the same way. The NBA is easy to talk about from a national perspective. You have big stars, you have big players, you have big identities. People focus, they lean towards the drama, they lean towards what makes a national show. Whereas baseball, you just don't talk, unless it's Aaron Judge or Shohei Ohtani, you don't talk about it on a national level.
So I just looked this up as you were mentioning that, Jonathan.
Yeah.
In 2023, NFL games accounted for 93 of the 100 most watched television programs, according to Forbes and IMDb.
Yeah.
In 2024, NFL games made up 72 of the 100 most watched U.S. TV broadcasts. Little decrease from the previous year, but obviously, still up there. And again, those numbers from 2024, courtesy of Forbes and Yahoo Sports. We got to wait and see what 2025 looks like. Mm-hmm. But even at a decline, right? Even at a decline, that's an incredible ratio, and that is why these TV networks spend billions upon billions of dollars on NFL. It's why they're trying to push people to the streaming platforms, which I personally find to be really, really annoying. It's easy to change channels from Fox to CBS to NBC and channel surf that way. It's easy to throw on Red Zone on YouTube TV and all that. But going from app to app, if I got to go from Amazon over to Netflix and then go back over to Peacock and then go back over to Paramount Plus just to watch, I'm going to be annoyed out of my mind.
Well, but the debate isn't about number 1. Number 1 is not a debate. Number 1 is with a bullet. The NFL reigns supreme. Nobody can even question that. Now I want to find out. Well, I want to find out who's number 2. That's the point of this exercise, is trying to figure out why it isn't baseball. If you're trying to make the case that it is the NBA, or why it isn't the NBA if you're trying to make the case for, I don't know, even say college football, for instance. College football gets some big-time numbers. It consistently, every weekend, those SEC games, just premier SEC games, 5, 6, 7 million viewers.
They got to speed those games up, though. When you're getting into,
they do take a while.
When you're getting into the 3.5 to 4 hours, part of the reason baseball put in the pitch clock, they realized.
And that helped out baseball immensely.
Oh, of course it did, because they, to their credit, and I've been very, very critical of how baseball, quote unquote, gets it, right? I just sometimes don't feel that they do from a marketing perspective, but in this regard, they got it right. The pitch clock was the right thing to do because the younger generation's attention spans just aren't there. I mean, Hollywood's seeing this. Getting people to sit still in a movie theater for 90 minutes to watch a movie is a chore. Now at the ballpark, they got to put the netting around the field to protect the fans because faces are in the phones and things like that. People aren't paying attention all the time. You're seeing all the ballparks putting in standing room only and drink rails, this, that, and the other. Yeah. So it's more of a social experience because, again, sitting in a seat for 3.5 to 4 hours, that just isn't it anymore. So to their credit, baseball games are now be playing between 2.5 and 3 hours per game, except for obviously the extra inning stuff. But I think that college football, they got to speed their product up. I think the NBA needs to speed their product up between the stoppages for challenges and reviews that take forever.
End of games growing up used to take 30 minutes. They've done a better job, but it still takes way too long.
Oh, the final
2 minutes of an NBA game should not take nearly as long as it does.
Yeah, it's like a half hour for 2 minutes of play. It's
I know.
ridiculous.
I thought it used to be worse growing up. When I was a kid, I thought it used to be worse. They have made some strides in that department, but if they've made strides, it has not been incremental enough.
Yeah, but I think that's part of it. I mean, but sports is the best live television out there, better than the reality TV stuff that they do and whatever. And again, that just explains why these networks have used sports.
But you see what I'm talking about though with baseball and the impact it has. If you got 25 million for a game 7 and you don't even get any of the share from Toronto, that's not how this thing is measured. Clearly,
imagine though if you did what that number would be.
Clearly, there are a bunch of baseball fans. There are a bunch of baseball fans in the past couple years have almost fallen in love back with the sport because of some of the changes that they've made. But it never feels that way to me. I'm a baseball guy, you know this. It never feels that way to me when I talk about baseball relative to the other sports. Like the NBA, from a national perspective, the NBA gets talked about ad nauseum, it feels like.
Right.
If it's not the NFL, they're talking about the NBA. But the numbers everywhere you look tell you that the MLB, Major League Baseball, is not only just as successful as the NBA, but they're lapping the NBA in some of these metrics that we're discussing when it comes to postseason ratings and eyeballs on the product in the most important parts of the product. And I just think baseball has to find a way. If they're going to be looked at as the number 2, if they're going to make these movements, they have to find a way to insert themselves into the national conversation.
Well, and you know how they do, one way they do it, stop releasing your schedule in August or September for the following year. Do that in December, right around the holiday.
No one's going to do a 162-game schedule game.
No. I'm not talking about doing, but I'm saying, why are you releasing your schedule in the middle of your existing season for the following year? Do what the NBA and the NFL does, and do it sometime in the offseason so you get some buzz.
I don't know about that because who's going to sit there and be like, oh, if this is when we play this team? I don't know about that.
Well, no, but you're going to be, when's opening day? What do the holidays look like? Are they home? Are they away?
No, but that's even the problem with that too. Is that is such a regional or such a local discussion. If you do the Guardians release stuff, that's fine. Right. We can talk about that. But if you're gonna penetrate the conversations on a national level, how do you break through? I think Ohtani.
You know how you break through? When are the Dodgers playing? When are the Yankees playing? The Red Sox, because that's what they do anyway. That's what they focus on the national schedule. It's Dodgers, Yankees, Red Sox, Cubs.
Right, but what the NBA does that I think is different, and this is kind of the point, is that the NBA, instead of focusing, and yes, the NBA does markets as well. They talk about the Lakers, they talk about the Celtics, they talk about all the heritage teams that you would think of, but they put it towards players instead of discussing teams more likely than not.
Look at the Peacock rollout, right? The Peacock and the NBC rollout too, right? Donovan Mitchell is in those promos. Mm-hmm. I think that's fantastic. Why isn't Jose Ramirez in more promos for Major League Baseball? Now, I don't know, maybe that's a Jose Ramirez thing and he just doesn't want to be or whatever, and I'm not saying that's the case, but Jose Ramirez should be in those. It just is in as many promos as Shohei Ohtani or Judge or you've got to balance out your smaller markets a little bit too and give them some love. And I think that in the era of the super team, the Big Three era, kind of seems to have come to a close a little bit in the NBA.
We're now in it's now a 2-person deal instead of a 3-person deal.
Right. But
most NBA teams now, you're dealing with a Batman and Robin instead of what you were trying to do when it was LeBron, D. Wade, and Bosh.
But now you're seeing different NBA champions every year, which I think is really, really good for the sport, right?
No, it is.
It's balancing itself out coming off of that Golden State Warrior run that they went on. And it's not just maybe the same 4 or 5 teams every year in the mix. You're getting the fact that Milwaukee with Giannis won an NBA championship was great. The fact that Toronto won a championship, their all-in year, that was great for the game in my view, right? The fact Cavaliers finally broke through with LeBron, I think was great with the game. The fact you're getting these teams, Oklahoma City,
right? But
that's good for the game.
I get all that, but why is it like baseball's World Series? I thought it was the best thing I watched this weekend. 25 million people watched as well. The numbers were huge. But it didn't lead itself to a lot of great sports talk discussion. It didn't lead itself to a lot of just great discussion in general. And that should have. It had everything you would want. It had Ohtani. It had Yamamoto. It had all sorts of different layers to it. The international game seeping into the local, into the Americanized game. It had all sorts of big money, markets and the Dodgers potentially ruining
had comebacks, late
everything
extra
you would
innings.
imagine. But it just didn't appeal to the people the same way that if this were to happen, even within a Game 7 of the NBA that didn't draw anywhere close to the numbers, it still drew the conversation. It still had the attention. And I think the thing that baseball has to get over, if baseball wants to be perceived as Jared Carrabis says, as the second best sport in this country, and everyone's far behind the NFL, if it wants to get there, it's got to find a way to get the conversations happening around the sport. It can't exist just solely as the games are everything. And I feel like that's something the NFL does at a great level, and the NBA really excels at.
Here's one reason why. You are not allowed to live tweet media availabilities. During the postseason, I was not permitted to film the media availabilities.
And baseball, for the longest time, has had a really weird stance on what you can clip and put out there and what you can do. That's a great point by you.
And you know what? The timelines are not flooded with Guardians postseason content.
They
on
would go
social media.
after people that would post their baseball content on platforms.
I didn't realize that it was the rule. So the first playoff game I covered, I had set up my stuff and I started filming, and I got yelled at.
No, they do. It's a good point because the NBA sometimes I feel like works as clips.
And by the way, how many clips did you see of Cleveland Guardians before a game? None, unless I put something out.
I know, but this is why I'm almost pleading to baseball to accept the idea that you need to be in some of these spaces. And listen, I don't think you make or break yourself based off of Twitter. Right. I think a lot of people get that wrong. I think people get that wrong in this business.
But this isn't just a Twitter thing. This is an Instagram. This is a TikTok. This is social media is here. These timelines need to be flooded with that content. And the media, the folks going to cover the game, should be permitted to do that instead of locking down the press conferences where you can't post anything until said press conference is over, right? Well, by then, half the people that will be posting stuff, they're running upstairs to write and do their, the crux of their job, right? I'm not posting videos and things like that because, not allowed to do it. So guess what? You get barren timelines on social media. So if you want to be the it thing, NBA, NFL, timelines are flooded. Kevin Stefanski talks, timelines are flooded with quotes and videos in real time, of what's going on.
And it just gets people thinking about your sport outside of when the actual game is being played. And that I think is such an important and crucial part of this. They need to change their media
policy. I think that's a big thing baseball needs to do, and allowing for live posting of events at ballparks and press conferences. I think that'll help some of the engagement with the sport. But I also understand, too, they want to control the assets. I get it, but I think you're cutting off your nose to spite your face a little bit.
I wanted some of your guys' opinions on this because it is an interesting and just a different topic and different way of just thinking about this. Chris in Cleveland up next. What's up, Chris?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Hey, Chris. What's up, man?
Hey, I think that the reason that I believe the NBA and MLB is so far behind the NFL is because of the access to the actual games. If you're a Cleveland fan, you can catch a Browns game every Sunday no matter what, right? But if you want to catch a Cavs game, and the Cavs were the second best team, had the second best record in the NBA last year, you can only catch a handful of games. So their TV contracts for both the NBA and both the MLB makes it difficult for them to even possibly catch up for an NFL game at all. Then secondly, the NBA, one of the things that they do is they advertise their players. A casual fan of the NBA knows more NBA players than they do baseball teams fans. I can only name 5 players on the I can only name 5 players on the Indians, and I'm sorry, on the Guardians.
You're fine.
5 players on the Guardians. If somebody was to put a gun to my head, so I just think that the product that the NFL has, exactly what Daryl said. The issue that he has is that you have to go so many places to find a game. You can find a game at any point in time between Sunday and Monday for a football game, and it's hard to find that for MLB or NBA.
All right, thank you, Chris. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, maybe that is part of it. Maybe baseball needs to make the other games more accessible. Maybe if you had more of those games that just kind of, I don't know, existed like for years growing up. I mean, WGN always had the Cubs. You had the Superstation with the Braves. You just kind of had that at your disposal. Didn't matter where you were at or what market you were in.
MLB had to run the Guardians TV this year because they didn't have a local outlet.
Yeah.
I mean, that and not only was that detrimental for fan access, but that was also detrimental to the Guardians' bottom line.
It's just become too localized of a sport. That, I think, ultimately is the answer there. But the NBA having the stranglehold on the national conversation in a way that baseball doesn't, that's where baseball is losing it. That's where baseball, even though the numbers can be better in the big games, it's never going to be better than the NBA in this country because of that. It loses the conversation. And I hate to say it that way, but it's just true.
At least the Guardians drew at the ballpark the last 2 years.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this is the numbers reflect it, the fan attendance reflect it. Like, baseball's thriving right now, yet it gets zero bandwidth in our conversation in a daily sports discussion. Not here, obviously. We talk a lot of Guardians, but from a national big picture perspective, you just don't turn on any of those programs and they're talking about last night's Phillies Mets game. They just don't do that. And it's a problem baseball's got to find a way to get past if they actually want to be number 2 in this country. All right, we come on back. Final segment left in case we missed it. Next, it's Afternoon Drive right here on The Fan.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
Some big trades coming down today as the NFL draft deadline ended at 4 p.m. The Browns have traded defensive end Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and a 7th-round pick to the Bears for a 6th-round pick. The Browns are off today. Next up, they play the Jets in New York this Sunday. The Browns sit at 2-6, and the Jets only have 1 win so far this season. Around the NFL, the Cowboys traded for Jets defensive tackle Quinnen Williams, giving them a 1st-round pick in 2027 and a 2nd-round pick in 2026, along with tackle Mac.
the real reason why we took the dance lessons wasn't because of me being like, oh, I just don't like how they look when they do that. That wasn't it. It was more just used as another opportunity to do a bunch of date nights is really what it was.
Right, and that, so if I ever get married, which the odds of that are like slim to none at this point, but if that ever happens, I will want to take dance lessons.
You can instantly tell the couples that take the lessons and go through it all and do that, and the ones that don't, and then it turns into it's just a fun little thing. And then ultimately, because you care about it a little bit more, then you get more invested into it, and then it becomes fun. But what I did learn out of that whole experience, I can be taught, but I am not. I'm just not naturally a great dancer. Right. But I can be taught in many ways.
Okay.
I picked her up and everything, Mac. It was like a whole ordeal. Picked her up right off the ground, spun her around, the whole work.
It was pretty impressive.
I like that you remembered that.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. Did a great job.
All right, now let's do a good job with in case we missed it. You start off here. Here we go.
Clemson coach Dabo Swinney, he's usually outspoken on a lot of things, and he had some things to say, some eye-opening thoughts on the state of officiating in college football. You got to hear this.
Mm-hmm. There's a system of accountability, but y'all don't know anything about it. It's behind a curtain. How dare we have accountability? In the meantime, we got gambling issues going on, people being suspended, all that kind of stuff, right? Yep. I mean, refs are people too. It ain't just coaches and players, and if they're a part of the game, then by God, they ought to be a part of the game. And they ought to be a part of the accountability, and they ought to be a part of the consequences, not just behind some shadowy curtain.
Well, I mean, they are part of the accountability. They are held responsible. Refs they go through evaluations the same way that anybody else does. Like after these games, they have there's committees, there's everything that evaluate these refs and find out if they're doing a good job, a bad job, and then they demote them accordingly. So I would disagree with that assessment by Dabo.
Yeah, I don't want to put words in his mouth. But it sure...
I mean, he was mad about the pass interference play at the end of the game. Like, I got what he was upset about.
But it sure seems like he's trying to insinuate something unseemly might be going on in college football. And I don't know. I think
like from a gambling perspective? Was that your takeaway?
That's my takeaway. And if you're going to go down that path, you better have something to back it up in the form of proof.
We got a Donaghy situation on our hands? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not suggesting it.
You think that's what Dabo's suggesting?
I think that's what Dabo was trying to suggest.
I think he's got a pretty subpar team. I think Klubnik is disappointed immensely, and I think that now he's starting to blame everybody but himself and his actual team that he built. That's what it sounds like to me. Refs are as scrutinized as it gets, but I know a couple refs at the collegiate level. They go through exhaustive processes to try to, in the checks and balances, to make sure not only that everything is on the up and up, but to also make sure that they're doing their job at a high level. Right. Like there's a ref shortage in the country. That part is true, Darryl. A lot of people don't understand this or don't recognize the idea that
at all levels of sport, by the way.
At all levels of sport, but even like being an NFL ref, for instance, is NFL refs down to college refs. Like there just isn't as many as how many games there are. You can be fast-tracked into this, and it's like it's never more evident than what you see in the NBA, for instance. The NBA, there are people in the NBA that are legitimate refs in the NBA that had never reffed a game up until they reffed an NBA game for the first time. Like, that's insanity to me.
I know, that is very crazy to think about.
It's insanity, but there's a checks and balances to all this, and there's review processes, and I do believe at the heart of it, they're trying to do the job right, and especially at the collegiate level with college football, it's there's too much at stake there, so I just won't buy into that. That's all right, Dabo. You keep complaining about whatever you want to complain about. Jacoby Brissett has been named the starter in Arizona, and it doesn't even matter if Kyler Murray is healthy. Kyler Murray will remain on the sideline as he continues recovering from that foot injury, but Jonathan Gannon today saying it doesn't even matter if he's 100% healthy. The starter is Jacoby Brissett. Is this the end of Kyler Murray in a Cardinals uniform?
I'm going to say beginning of the end. I'm not going to say it's completely the end, but I think this is the beginning of the end.
Will we be having Kyler Murray to the Browns discussions?
If we do,
Max says yes.
If we're talking about if Nick keeps on bringing up Mac Jones, we're going to talk Kyler Murray. Like the level.
There's a lot of money attached to Kyler Murray. There's a lot of money attached to Kyler Murray. I'm going to call him Kyler Money now.
I'm sure Arizona's willing to pay a good chunk of that just to get him off their books.
Well, you know who's really happy though today?
Who's that?
Daniel Jones. because the Colts giving up 2 first-round picks.
Well, that means there's a belief in Daniel Jones, obviously.
Yeah, that pretty much takes them out of the quarterback derby for the next couple of years. So
Brissett has thrown for 44 first downs in 2 fewer games than Murray has. Arizona's completing 56% of their third downs in Brissett starts, 40% in Murray starts. Their offense is averaging 25 points a game, 357 yards per game under Jacoby, 18 points, 288 yards per game under Murray. It is
100% the right call.
It is a stark difference between the two of them. I'm just shocked that we got here. But count me all the way out in a Kyler Murray discussion. You must be this tall to ride the ride, Daryl. Remember that, okay? I need tall quarterbacks. I can't do Oompa Loompas. I'm not doing shorties.
I have a question.
I might have an answer.
Who's taller, Kyler Murray or Dylan Gabriel?
Kyler by a hair. I just didn't know that you could get shorter than Dylan, okay? Like, I just didn't know you could
By
get
the way,
shorter.
have you seen the meme that's floating around where they...
Daryl, we got to go.
They shrunk.
Daryl, I've seen it. It's fun. I laugh. It's funny, but like... Daryl, we got to go. All right, thank you to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Thank you to Jake Murren. Thank you to you, Daryl. Had some fun today.
I'm going. You said we got to go. We got to go.
I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. Nick will be back in the one spot. We'll be right here on Afternoon Drive.
I am saying yes, yes, and oh yes.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute. I get it, the Dallas Cowboys defense stinks, but the Arizona Cardinals offense has looked better with Jacoby Brissett in at quarterback recently than it did with Kyler Murray. And Marvin Harrison Jr. even looked more comfortable with Brissett over Murray too. And that's a wild thing to say when I don't even think Jacoby Brissett is all that good of a quarterback, but it does show you how far Kyler Murray has fallen, and it seems pretty clear to me that the Cardinals and Kyler will be heading for a divorce this upcoming offseason. I'm Zach Gelb.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words,